And we are here. It's semi-final day. UK versus Sweden. It's J-Real versus Sleeper. It's game on. Only one is making it to the finals. Only one is going through to take on Norway. And only one will make their place in NLC Div 2. Sleeper, obviously, you got to back your team. I got to back my team. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. And we met Paragon before, Bloodline. They know exactly what to do here. Just bring them down again. It's a best of 5 this time, not a best of 1. But I think our odds are looking good. And then we go to the finals and we eliminate Norway. Simple.
Yeah, I think everyone is trying to eliminate Norway. I think that is definitely a consensus that we can both share. However, who goes to Norway? It is the big question, right? Now, I'll be honest. If I was going to bet money or something important on this, I would probably say Bloodline are the favorites going into this game, right? I think consistency is their thing. I think they only lost 1 game in the whole series so far, and that was to the Norwegian team. I believe it was to, I've completely forgotten their name right now.
Bitfix Gaming, that was it.
Yeah. And even that game was super close, right? That game literally should have been Bloodlines, and then they didn't, you know? So all in all, Bloodline potentially could have gone completely lossless throughout the whole game, undefeated. Paragon, however, though, they always have that defying expectations moment, right? It's been their whole personality from all the way into the season of UKL. They started off a bit rough. Everyone kind of counting them out, thinking they're a 5th or 6th place team. They managed to get 4th. They go into playoffs. People thinking they're going to go lower bracket. They're not going to make it to finals. Immediately go to finals. They're now here. People thought they're not going to make it out of groups. They did that. So every single time they beat Lions Creed, they make one more step. They defy the expectations. And I feel like, you know what? Who's going to stop them today?
I mean, like you said, they had a different journey. Paragon had to prove all the haters wrong. Bloodline was favorites going into the tournament. A lot of people talked about them being Swedish reigning champions, made 1st place in the Swedish Online League round season. I mean, everything was going their way. I think if they didn't face Bitfix Gaming in the first game of groups, they would have gone undefeated in groups. Like going into it, they didn't know what to expect. Bitfix Gaming got a little... they prepared a little bit better. The game went really far. Like anyone could have won that game, and then they lost. Went 2nd in groups because of that. But I mean, I still think they're favorites throughout the entire tournament. And I think like Lazing Life and Bitfix Gaming are hoping Paragon goes to final, but we all know it's going to be Bloodline.
Well, they may not be too hopeful because realistically, Paragon beat Bloodline. Then actually, it's like, wait a minute. Now we have a whole different beast to talk about. So I do think whoever goes through in this one is going to be putting up a good fight against the Norwegian seed, which we will see on Sunday. So make sure you guys stay tuned. Obviously, they're going to be playing tomorrow on Saturday. But it's a sentiment where I feel like, do you rather play against Bloodline, who I feel like they've kind of set their style. You know, they know what they want to play. They play that style very effectively, right? So it's always tough to beat. But if you could find a knack to finding out how you take them down, maybe there's some hope. Whereas with Paragon, okay, maybe not as consistent, maybe not as harmonious, but they're going to play some stuff that you maybe haven't expected. You're going to have to figure out their game. And you know what? They're very down for it to be very skirmish, to be very scrappy, to be very just, I don't know, a little bit up in the air. If you don't know what we're doing, if we don't know what we're doing, you don't know what we're doing. And sometimes I feel like that even gives teams bigger problems.
I mean, Bloodline is sort of famous for the same thing. So, like, they just made it... I don't know, like, being weird is the idea of Bloodline, and that's what made them win last season. We had a lot of structured teams, like DMG went really far. They have coaches, they have this, they have that, and they went really far. But Bloodline, like, they just picked the most random stuff, like Heimerdinger support and stuff like that, and the other team didn't know what to do. So Bloodline and Paragon, I think, picks and bans will be really interesting. I don't think we know what to expect from any team. But like we've seen a lot of what do we call it when we swap top for bot and bot for top?
Yeah, lane swaps.
There we go. We've seen a lot of that, and I think Bloodline will struggle a little bit with that because Chaos is such a strong side for them. They don't want Chaos for Chaos. They want him to just structurally build up a lane and just, you know, grow.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see at the start of the games how they adapt to that, right? Obviously, boards going down early. Maybe they can actually get Chaos into the lane that they want them in and stop the lane swap from happening. So there are a lot of ways they could play around it. We'll have to see how they do adapt to that at first, obviously from pick and ban. But before we get anywhere close to the game, let's have a look at the teams. Let's have a look at the replays of these teams. We're going to start with Bloodline because I feel like they're the favorites. So let's play theirs first, right? Let's talk about the Swedish number one. Let's show the viewers at home. If you haven't seen so far, this is the team the Paragon have to face.
From their central Scandinavian position, the Swedes strike out to conquer the NLC RPS.
Fritt Fall is a team that's been in the league for like forever. They have never won anything until this last season. They won Division 2. The best ever placement they got before was a 4th place in playoffs. This team is now our 2nd seed to the NLC RPS after the best season they ever had, coming in from the best year they ever had. And the thing about this team is they always had the same roster, and they will always probably keep that same roster until somebody gets a kid or something. Like every player plays like 3 champions, and people always criticize this team like, okay, you guys only have 3 champions, how could you possibly win anything? Calm in the support. This guy is everything you need in a tournament to get good content, to get good interviews, to get good everything. So criticized by everyone because he's not the highest rank, but he's such a good leader, he's such a good person, and he's gonna help this team achieve everything they need to get the titles they want. If we take the first seed, it's actually the reigning Swedish champions. Bloodline, the most iconic person that I have to give some respect to here is, of course, Chaos, the top laner in Bloodline. So this player could go the distance if he has the chance. We expect a lot of him in the NLC RPS. I think he's gonna pop off. He's very, very known for his Olaf plays. People hate facing Chaos in top lane. Overall, I think Sweden is sending 2 teams they sent like last year, but they've evolved so much since last year, so I think people are really going to struggle with the Swedish team. The identity of Sweden is basically we have great team fights, great synergy. We're not that individual. Like Sweden as an all, we're not like individuals that are very solo bolo-ish. We're very reliant on each other and the synergy of a team fight. We know where we're going. We're peeling our ADC. We're walking back and forth, playing to the strengths of our team. We want vision. We want control before initiating anything at all. So Sweden is going to be a country to really respect in this tournament. Last season of NLC RPS, we didn't really get what we wanted. This time, I've told them that you will not disappoint Sleeper. Sleeper needs you to deliver because I will keep my banter up and I need somebody to back it up. I'm not going to be the one to do it. I just talk the talk. They had to walk the walk. And hopefully I don't look like a fool like I did last season. But these two teams, I think everybody needs to keep an extra eye on. Sweden is coming back, everyone. The greater days of Sweden is coming back. We only have 1 team right now in the NLC Division 1. That's from the light side. We need at least 6 more to dominate the Nordic scene of League of Legends. I'm really hyped for it. That's all I have to say.
You sounded pretty excited about your team. You know, you had a lot of good moments there. There was a lot of hype. I was feeling it, right? Like, there's definitely a world where Bloodline could come out on top today, and obviously your hopes are on that. You're feeling confident, you know, like Ziva,
I mean, it's not my proudest video. I'm gonna be honest here, okay? Like going into that, I didn't speak English for at least like 4 months before doing that. And Middlecott was like, just talk randomly about Sweden. I was like, okay. I talked for 45 minutes non-stop about Sweden with bad English. He just cut out whatever he liked, and it became a video. It's an okay video. Like, shout out to Fitfall and to Bloodline and to Middlecott.
No, shout out. Shout out to them. But we are going to get to play the Paragon video because we're here in draft. We're here for game 1. We will talk about Paragon a little bit later, though. We'll drop it in the next segment. So don't worry, Paragon fans. We will enlighten you. But I can give you a little bit of enlightenment during this game anyway. As we do have it, though, Bloodline going to be taking the blue side, Paragon on red side. They like red side a lot, those Leapers. So I feel like this is comfort for both teams.
I mean, I think the only team I saw that had the decision to pick both red side and blue side was Carolina went for red side. All the other teams, I think, went for blue side, actually. But it feels like a blue side meta. You want that first pick. You want to force out. You don't care about the last pick. You just want the first pick. And I feel like Bloodline will continue on that pattern if they're allowed to do so. But if Paragon would lose and would pick to go red side again, I don't think Bloodline would mind.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this one plays out. As right now, we're seeing the Varus, we're seeing the Ornn, some pretty standard bans against Paragon, no shocker. I'm expecting maybe like an Azir as well to come out to ban away from Team Topper, or maybe the Aurelion Sol, but actually the Ahri is what they're going to decide to ban away, so fair enough. 2 open picks for Team Topper, maybe going to see that a little bit early on as we see the Hui, the Viego banned out, maybe the Olaf, I'm hoping the Olaf.
Yeah, it feels like they need to target ban the best 3 players, and it's Chaos, Citgoon, and Lofty. Lofty is the best way player in the NLC RPS. He's uncontested on that. Viego, Citgoon played Viego, I think, 90% of the games, and he's dominated every single time. They're actually not going to ban out Olaf. They go for Lofty's second pick, and he's still going to pick a champion first. So he has a broad champion pool. He doesn't really care if you ban him out because like he's not the focus. Lofty is such a broad player. He's just infinite in skills and in mechanics. So like I think banning him out is never the right way to go because he will just keep going. He's like Faker, Swedish Faker.
Yeah. Okay, big titles being thrown down here. Team October though still has picks, right? Aurelion Sol being locked in, no surprise there. As I said, Azir, Aurelion Sol, the main 2 picks that they have. Obviously they picked up Corki as well, but that was played against Bloodline once before. And that's what I'm really interested to see coming out from Paragon, right? Because these 2 matched up before. We've seen them play. We saw Paragon try and play standard against Bloodline, and it didn't work out too well.
No. And I feel like Bloodline has the typical champions they need to play if they want to play this game in the right fashion. But not that spicy yet from Paragon, Xin Zhao and Asol. But like bot lane, that's where these teams, I think, go crazy. I think Leonard is going to play Smolder. I think he played him 100% of the games. It's not like you have to ban that out. But I was interested to see what Citgoon would go for if they banned out Viego, and it looks like a potential Wukong here.
Yeah, Wukong rising in power, definitely quite strong. Or normally talked about by having a dive buddy, right? So definitely expecting some sort of other forward movement coming out from probably Chaos. And obviously, as you said, ADC still need to be locked in. I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe get the Smolder here, but
it's going to be Smolder.
That would have been weird. If he had picked Fiora, that's a real gauntlet being thrown down. But in the end of the day, it's going to be Cassante, a big tank, a problem to everyone in League of Legends, and another good dive threat.
I mean, I was hopeful. They left Olaf open. I was like, okay, maybe they'll wait for second phase. But of course, Paragon might just ban Olaf out, and then they will pick Cassante instead. So, I mean, go for the safe picks here. Cassante, like you said, is just an absolute beast right now. There's nothing you can do against them. I think Poppy is the only thing we've seen that actually can match it on some certain level.
Okay, Jinx being locked in there. I was a little bit surprised that we maybe didn't get the top counter here and just keep holding that bot lane a little bit hostage. But obviously with 4 bans potentially going to ADCs, I guess a lot of hyper carries could have been removed. Things like Kog'Maw still definitely on the table. Also, a couple others like Ashe has definitely stayed up there. So I do wonder how the second ban phase is going to go.
I mean, this is one of the first times I was looking for the AD carry for so long in the first phase. Like every team's picked AD carry, and now we get it like last pick first pick phase. And if I just imagined like Kalista and stuff like that would come in faster. Maybe potentially a Vi. That's something we've seen a lot throughout the tournament. And now it's more random bans coming out. Ahri not being banned that much. Ornn. I don't even know if we've seen an Ornn ban in first ban phase throughout the tournament. And
we saw it against Lions Creed in game 2, but apart from that, yeah, I do agree.
Yeah, so it's because Refresh is probably a really good Ornn player, but otherwise I haven't like seen these type of bans before. It's very target ban-ish. It feels like they're more respectful towards each other as players than as teams.
Yeah, and I like this as well. Banning with the Sion, right? Again, the second pick that they had when they didn't get Ornn to play their lane swap. So it does feel like Bloodline is saying, you know what, we don't want you to get that opportunity to lane swap. We want to put you on something that will struggle as well. So trying to take away some of the big targets. And obviously things like Gragas still available up in the game. Malphite going to be banned away from refresh, which still, it all makes sense. But I still feel like there's a lot of options that can still be picked for this lane swap to potentially occur.
I mean, it feels like Bloodline want to force refresh to play something that requires some mechanics, but Skarner is not that mechanically based. I mean, removing all the tanks so that they... Please don't pick Skarner, man. Oh, no way! You're gonna try to go Olaf against Mr. Olaf? That's crazy. That's crazy. Nah. I'm insulted. You're not Scandinavian, bro. You can't play a Viking.
This is unreal. Like, okay, this is what I mean. This is exactly what I'm saying about Paragon, right? I came into this thinking, okay, they're going to go lane swap. They're going to stick to the game plan. They'll see if it works game one. But now I'm thinking they're just going to play regular lanes, and they've set themselves up for it. And they set themselves up for it pretty nicely, right? Again, still a little bit on the scaling side, so we will see how Bloodline can kind of take that early game away from them. Zeri going to be locked in there, though. I actually don't really know how I feel about Zeri at the moment in the meta. I feel like she's not as dominant as she once was, but still definitely can be a problem.
I mean, I like the mobility coming out from Zeri here. It's a big wombo combo. We have Wukong, Azir, and K'Sante. They will just try to keep them in a bunch. Azir or Zeri can just throw lightning all around them. They probably need some kind of enchantress. No, more initiation. Yeah, that's what we need. Exactly. So they're going for the big wombo combo here. And it's going to be... I mean, you're going to have a good time with play-by-play when it comes to 5v5 fights, because Bloodline will deliver.
Yeah, it came through in the sentiment of, you know what? Who needs to heal? We're just going to engage. Like, if they're dead, we can't take damage. So that's kind of like the energy that I feel like I'm getting from both these teams. At the end of the day, I like it. I think the Bloodline have stuck very much to what they know and what they wanted to play through, right? They like playing through that top side and mid. So realistically, they still have a lot of opportunity to do that, right? The Wukong can definitely start snowballing early on. The bot lane will be pretty safe in itself. And Paragon, they've gone back to a classic style of just playing League of Legends, which I'm very interested to see, because they still have gone for the same thing they went for as Lions Creed, which is scaling. So they are still challenging teams to basically beat them early, or they will feel the wrath of Paragon. But this time with no lane swap, I'm a little bit surprised about it.
I mean, two of the best scaling champions in the game, Jinx and Asol on the same team. A lot of pressure, though, on SnapX. He has to somehow deliver them to 30 minutes as a jungler, not lose too many neutrals, not lose anything on the map. They need to keep vision up. They need to, like, starve them out somehow. Whilst Bloodline, they just want to close this game out as fast as possible. Go for those wombo combos. Force out potentially a 3 versus 2, a 4 versus 3. Use your CC to your strength and, like, AoE damage. If they can keep them together and just huddle them up like cheaps, they should be able to die here.
I'm also very excited to see the matchup into the Olaf, right? Because obviously if you play a champion a lot, you understand the strengths and weaknesses. You realistically should know the matchup reverse. So I do wonder how this is going to look for Chaos, right? And it's also an aspect that could be really, really strong for Paragon. We talked about how in the green room, Paragon more likely going to be that bot side focused team, whereas we're going to see a lot of top side and a lot of mid side pressure from Bloodline. But now we're almost seeing it flipped, because yes, the scaling and the late game going to work really well for Paragon in the bot side. But if they get Olaf ahead, well, who needs anything else?
I mean, as long as you know your matchup, you should be fine. And a player like Chaos, who played Olaf a lot throughout his both career and solo queue, I mean, he knows the limits of the champion. He knows what to do. Obviously, like, it's not optimal for him. He wants to find the ultimate. He wants to find the CC. He's very, very tanky. He has a lot of dash and stuff like that. But I mean, as long as he respects the champion that he basically created in the Swedish Online League, I think he will do fine. And Citroen likes playing around him, so it wouldn't surprise me if this sets something up in top lane.
Okay, let's get down to the important questions. Right, let's get down to the important questions, Sleeper.
Okay.
What's your prediction on the series? I'm going to start us off. I'm going to say 3-1 Paragon. Where you sitting?
Are you for real, bro?
Yeah. I think I'm going to back my team, man. I can't lie.
Would you bet money on that? 3-1 Paragon? Would you bet money on that?
Hey,
come on, bro.
I don't know if we can do that on stream.
Not even you.
Like,
You don't even.
That might be seen as gambling in some countries.
Okay, no, I'm
I don't know
not
if we
talking
can do
about
that on
gambling,
stream,
everybody.
you know?
I'm not talking about
Like,
that. We
but
can
in the
switch
green room,
fruits or
yeah,
something.
we can sort that out.
Yeah, exactly. Nah, obviously, Bloodline will win, everyone. It doesn't matter if it's 5 games, 4 games, 3 games. Sweden will close this out, and they will do it in a wonderful fashion. That's all I'm saying.
But you're not going to give a number.
Okay, 3-0 Bloodline.
Oh, he's getting full confident. Okay, here we go, chat. We got a game on our hands. We got a series set up. Your prediction may be done after this first game as we go on to the Rift Sleeper. Here we go. You're sweating a bit now.
Nah. I'm good, man. I'm good. But I'm really excited to see what they can do here. They're just gonna set it up like normal. This is kind of boring because I expect more from these teams. Like we talked about, both of these teams are a bit weird. I want to see some weird stuff. I don't want to see normal stuff. If I want to see normal stuff, I'll go to the LEC or Worlds or MSI. I want crazy stuff. So let's see if they show up here.
Yeah, RIP G2 out today.
Yeah.
3-0. Your predicted score for Bloodline. We'll see if it follows in suit. Right now, though, I do agree with you. I feel like you have Olaf. Play the late invade. You know, like, how are you going to get away from the Raging Man with the axe? But Team Summer did take quite a bit of damage, so I don't really know when that happened, but the Dragon already a little bit hindered.
Yeah, I mean, as long as Snapix can slow down this game, it's fine for Paragon, but that's a big if. I mean, Bloodline, they know exactly what they have to do. They need to win early. They need to scale, or snowball is more the correct term. Just take over the game. And it's a lot of pressure on Sando as well. Both Citroen and Sander, they have to create some kind of advantage on the map. Try to give us little, space for them to move. Just make it difficult all the time on the map. And they should be fine. But both teams have separate tasks, so to say, in this game.
Yeah, see, this is the thing, though. Like, Paragon, we've seen this against Lions Creek, right? Twice we had the same expectation. Lions Creek pick early game. They just need to beat Paragon in the early. They need to basically just destroy them, pretty 30 minutes. But every single time, Paragon just didn't go down. They were able to keep themselves consistent in the mid. They found really nice team fights. They were able to build leads in the second game as well. So Paragon are very much aware of this playstyle. They know how to play on that stalling sentiment. And I feel like they've become very accustomed to it and started to become even stronger as the tournament has gone on. So it really is a big question for Bloodline as to whether they can push that metal. But we are seeing the junglers path opposite, so we aren't going to see that top lane pressure proposed by Snepex. But Citron definitely going to be making their presence known if Olaf keeps pushing.
I mean, I was surprised as well. I didn't think Paragon would sweep Lions Creed. Lions Creed felt like the stronger UK team, so I was kind of surprised that they went to semifinals. But the way they did it, I mean, they deserve it. They deserve it a lot. They showed up and they showed us that they were good enough to potentially go the distance if they can pass Bloodline. But Bloodline being favorites throughout the tournament, I mean, Kaolinona is a Division 2 team that is relegating, and they made it look fairly easy from the side of Bloodline, taking them down and doing so 2-0, and it wasn't really close. So Bloodline is really, really strong throughout this tournament.
Yeah, the stakes are indeed high. And Refresh maybe trying to make it a little bit aggressive towards Citron, but not being able to find the mark. And with the wave state at the moment, definitely a little bit open to a gank. Obviously, it is Olaf, but Olaf can fall as much as he does try running into battle. As we now see, again, Paragon just playing it very safe, right? They're just chilling out, and they are keeping themselves very even, but obviously 4 minutes into the game. I think objectives is where I'm really starting to think about how Bloodline are going to start to make Paragon bite.
I mean, Citroen done his first clear now, reset it. Now he needs to look for something. Surprisingly, going bot lane is not something he's done a lot throughout the tournament. Like playing playing for Luna, playing for Sando, it's just Lofty and Chaos has been the priority. And right now, I guess they want to help Luna out. He's played a lot of Smolder throughout the tournament. Very comfortable in that champion. Zeri, I actually don't know how used he is to playing that champion.
I feel like it gives similar energy though, right? You can get out of battles quickly, you can do quite a lot of damage, your ultimate does quite a bit in an AoE, so not that they're the same champion, but I feel like a lot of similarities in terms of playstyle and energy, so definitely something that I would feel like maybe is kind of easy to transfer between. But still very quiet on the Rift at the moment. And Lofty now starting to have a little bit more of a tough time, but hasn't based yet and still does have TP.
Yeah, when it comes to neutral, Sweden has preferred grubs throughout the tournament. All the Swedish teams. So I feel like Citroen will go for that once again. And Snapx, yeah, exactly, going for Drake immediately. Grubs haven't spawned yet, so it's not really a trade. But it's just like Sweden doesn't care about Drakes. I don't know why.
That is interesting. That is a little bit strange one, because I would have thought, given the state of Bloodline wanting to win early, getting the Drakes, forcing them into those fights, maybe third and fourth Drake, would potentially set them up for really, really good win conditions, whereas allowing Paragon to get this early Drake just gives so much more time.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense, right? But like I said, Bloodline doesn't make sense. I mean, they win.
Play, man.
I don't know how they win, but they win. I don't know. They just make it work.
We're talking about making it work. Bot lane is starting to make it work as Lona going to be able to survive. But Sander already going down, and we might even be getting a dive here. Lipa, your team might be looking like they're in a little bit of a tough spot. Your 3-0 might be getting a little bit less likely as Lona now underneath this tower. Snapx is lying in wait, and this should be an easy dive. Gets onto Lona, the hook back, the knock up. Snapx just about makes out as well. And Paragon 2-0.
Ah, come on, man. He could have got that kill. Nah, it's a perfect play coming out from UK here. Sando, a little bit too curious, wants to cancel the recall. And, I mean, Mata just showing up. Ignite, helping them to close that out. And as soon as you're excited, Lona goes down way too low, just push in the wave and finish him off on the turret.
No escape. Simple finish for Paragon here, and very similar to what happened against Lions Creed. So, for me, I'm feeling confident. But at the same time, Refresh hasn't really made too much of a wave against Chaos, so I'm starting to think maybe the Olaf isn't going to be as proactive as we once would have hoped in this later stages. But if Jinx is getting online, I'm pretty happy. The only sad thing is that Mozza did get both those kills.
I mean, hurting Bloodline will not defeat them. That will just make them angry, so watch out.
Ooh, okay. Okay. Like every single time they die, they just get like stronger, like the power buff.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
10 players, like
0-40. I mean, we're coming, guys. We're just wait. We're getting stronger,
power
guys.
spike 0-50. Now we just destroy you. Like just pull out zone.
Ignore gold. Ignore kills. Ignore towers. Bloodline will win, everyone. 3-0. Trust.
I feel like that is like the perfect solo queue mentality of just like, hey, he may be an item up on me now. I may be 0-4, but I can just outplay this guy.
I mean, the hope is the last thing that leaves us, right? Just keep it up and do your best.
Ooh, it's right now. Early Ragnarok. I am actually quite surprised the Refresh had to burn that there, but was low mana. Does have TP though, can come back to this wave as Chaos has started to get a little bit of a lead here, and actually Refresh staying here again, forced to not go back to base, and Chaos able to get quite a bit of an advantage. But we do have Snapx looming around, but Chaos with ultimate, I feel like it's a little bit risky.
I mean, it's never a 2v1 when it's a Cassante who could just ult out Snapx, take the 1v1, wait for Refresh to come as well, and then all of a sudden he has 2 kills. He's really, really good on Cassante, and he knows the limits of Olaf, so he's making it look easy, but it's not easy playing Cassante versus Olaf.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I've had some similar matchups, and yeah, it's not necessarily the most fun, but right now this bot lane has still got a lot of pressure, right? Bloodline have managed to equalize themselves. They're not super far behind, only 400 gold, so nothing to really write home about, and the game is just pretty relaxed, which for me is fine, but are you maybe a bit worried that Sweden aren't pushing the tempo of it?
I was just about to say, I mean, it's too quiet on the map, guys. Both mid and bot is leading in farm. What are we doing? We need to create something. We're 0-2. We're supposed to win early, right? But yeah, we'll see. Citroen has to create something on the map now.
You do also have quite a bit of skating though, right? Cassante and the Azir still are going to become problematic, as we are seeing Refresh push out Chaos. That's what we want to see from the Olaf. A little bit of aggression, a little bit of power. Well, the team at Toba needs to be careful here as Citron, waiting for their first gank of the game, does have that level 6. So we'll be able to use the Cyclone to prevent someone from moving for quite a while, but still not able to find anything on the map. And I feel like I'm a little bit surprised that Bloodline are pushing in the majority of their lanes, considering that surely they want to get the gank in.
But I mean, Bloodline also, they're very reliant on their ultimates, just hitting level 6 on both Lana and Zando. Zando not even hitting level 6 yet. They're down a lot of XP. You see Matza is on 7, Zando is on 5. I don't know how that happened exactly. I know he died earlier, but like he wouldn't go down 2 levels because of that. But I think they're just struggling to find the fights they want. The Wombo combo is not enabled quite yet for them, and they just need to unlock it at the right time. Probably around Grubs or potentially a Dragon.
Well, you said they prefer Grubs. They're not getting that either. It's going to be Paragon to get the second Grubs. Yes, it is going to be 3-3 overall. But again, that big question of how are Bloodline going to make Paragon fight them? Yes, they're going to start off this Dragon, though. So they will make it 1-1. And the trade of objectives, very smooth. But once again, still feels like it's favouring the UK side. However, I do think a lot can happen in the next 10 minutes. Right? I think this is where we can really start to get game-defining moments. And that mid-game spike for Bloodline looks quite scary.
I mean, just trading in the early game. I mean, it's not a preference for Bloodline, but in the early stages, it's hard to deny the enemy team all the neutrals. Like, you have to be in 2 places at once. You have to synergize perfectly. All the waves have to be, like, immaculate. And that's not something you just create out of thin air. So, I mean, going 1-1 in Dragon 1 and 3-3 in Grubs, we'll take that. But we need to get something started now. Sitsu needs to be more aggressive. He has ultimate, never used it.
Yeah, we'll keep a timer on that one as Lofty pushing in that wave. Maybe even the Azir could start roaming, I'm thinking. Like, there is a world where that could occur. Right now, getting chunked out by Zarelian Soul and Timatopa, level 10, already starting to show the power of the scaling of this dragon. And first items being completed. Except in the top lane, where we just have a whole collection of longswords.
Yeah. I mean, he has a Bramble Vest, so it doesn't matter. Also an Iceborne Gauntlet. So, a lot of things going up Chaos.
Yeah, and we're going to see Ragnarok. Surely we don't see a kill here, but you know what? Olaf is still just fighting, and now Chaos going to step forward. Not's going to be able to do enough. And a refresh. Hey, fair play. Knows his limits as well.
Snapix now want to kill him.
Oh, I don't know about this one. I don't know about this one, buddy. He's went all out. Chaos is able to start running away, though, but here comes the flash. The kid from downtown lost with the kill. And what looked dangerous ends up with another win for Paragon.
I mean, it's fine. Jinx does the scale, so
we'll
it's
get
fine.
The kill back.
Yeah, it's fine.
And he used the ultimate. Citron used the ultimate. There we go.
Yeah, like...
One kill. Good conversion rate.
It just feels like the tempo is a bit low here for Bloodline. I mean, they might just go for a big fight, but let's take a look at this once more. Oh, we didn't see this as Sitskun went in for the kill. Snapix can't do much about it. Also got the wave in. That's also really important. Denying refresh that wave, so it will be... like, Chaos will still dominate in the top lane. It will still be easy for him to play the game. Now Lofty potentially could lick here.
Ooh. Yeah, a lot happened, I feel like, when we were gone. Dragon almost dead. Kill on the top side with Wukong, and a lot of pressure now given over to Bloodline. Again, still, if we do check in with the gold, it is 1k gold lead to Paragon. Again, very early on, not going to be the biggest change. And if we can have a quick look at the actual individual gold, I do want to have a little peek at where that's landing, because I imagine that Jinx is at the moment quite far ahead, which is obviously the big scary factor.
I mean, both these scaling champions, pretty uncontested throughout. Down the left corner now, we can see what happened in mid lane. They went all out, but it looks like he just made it alive. I mean, Tima Topper has been really strong throughout the tournament, and to allow both him and Labs to scale throughout this, I mean, it's just a big problem. So gold right now, advantage for Paragon in bot lane on Jinx. It's a little bit more even in mid lane, but it's still not a win for Bloodline. They need to create more stuff. They need to make it difficult for Paragon to play.
Yeah, Herald is being taken at the moment. It looks uncontestable, though, so it should be a nice pickup for Bloodline. And you said you wanted plays to happen. Getting this Herald can open up mid, can start to put pressure onto those towers. So I do believe that this is the dawning of Bloodline getting things going on the map. We're talking about getting things going. Paragon might be looking for another dive in the bot lane, and if it's not respected, Bloodline could be in big trouble here. They may even just go for the first tower, actually, as it is going pretty low, but Lofty is waiting in the wings, just hoping that Paragon make a mistake.
I think Snapix has been a lot better to play around bot side this game. Citroen hasn't been there like at all. Citroen has been pretty invisible throughout. I don't want to be too critical against him because I love him. He's Swedish, but I mean, he hasn't really done what he has to throughout this game. And
first brick. Here we go. Tower in the bot side, almost taken. Top side also low. It's gonna go to the bot side. Paragon will get first brick, and Bloodline once again that slight step behind. Not the biggest influx of gold, but if we now look at it, 1,000 gold lead to last in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, Lofty together with Chaos is looking like the win con at this moment. I mean, he suppressed the Olaf really well, and that's not something we expected.
Yeah.
So that's good for Bloodline, but Loftician wants to do more in mid lane. He's resetting now. He has his Nash's Tooth, but it's starting to get. We need that wombo combo to come now. Next Drake will be spawning at any second, and the setup is decent for both teams. So I'm hoping to see a big fight here.
Yeah, Dragon. It is Cloud Soul, so again, to be honest, if you are Paragon, I don't think it's the biggest must-fight Dragon, right? They can kind of give these over, but I don't feel like that's in Paragon's nature. You know, unfortunately, Zipa, for me, I feel like Paragon are going to want to fight these Dragons, and this is where it gives that little bit of an opening for Bloodline for me to get back into the game.
I mean, if you want to give it for free, we'll take it. We don't mind. But if you want to fight for it, we'll be there. We'll see if Bloodline can set this up. Citroen is here at least. 4 people bot for both teams. Teleport available for both top laners. So potentially a big fight here.
Ooh. Lofty going to be forced away. Citron just not in range to capitalize on SnapX going in there, as Chaos, as she said, does have TP, but we're seeing Refresh already start to cause some problems. They're going to just cut the wave. We're not going to allow that to want to push, and now going to start rotating it through, although actually may just go and take all of the jungle of the top side and say, actually, Paragon, we're not looking to fight for this one, but they're not really making it clear whether they want to or not. I feel like both teams just dragon dancing.
I mean, somebody needs to pull the trigger here. Like you said, the dragons are not that important, so you can't spend too much time down here just wasting XP and gold. Especially Bloodline can't do that. Paragon, I mean, they could play around. It's just beneficial for them. Every second of the game is a win for them. At the same time, I don't feel like Bloodline, like I've said that I want them to create a lot of stuff on the map, but seeing them in some of the trades, they have a lot of damage, and if they could pull off a fight, seeing Eclipse on Citroen, they could potentially just burst down like last. But they have to do so as well as they're moving into the river now.
Okay, after all the waiting, we are going to finally see it's Paragon that pulled the trigger first. Citron not even in time, and now actually this could be a big problem coming in from Bloodline. Sander going to be caught out, will just about get away. The rocket not going to collapse onto, but now moving forward, Snepek's going to take a kill, and they're looking for more. Lofty in big trouble here, as here comes the Olaf. Chaos is going to take them all the way through the wall. Snepex will go down, but a 2-for-1 plus a Dragon Paragon are going to be happy.
I mean, I'm really happy that Chaos got him over the wall. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster for Sweden. They gave Drake and then somehow still got caught. Sandal a little bit too nosy. We're probably gonna see it on a replay here, but I mean, if you're not there when it spawns and you're not there when they initiate on it, don't be there when it's dead. You know?
Yeah, they just kind of stand watching, spectating the dragon die.
Yeah, they don't really want to pull the trigger, but Sando still gets caught off guard. Mozart is perfect with his patience, and then SnapX just knows he has flash. There's no escape for Sando, just goes into the backline, picks that up. And at this point, it looks like it's kind of cursed for Bloodline, but Chaos using his big brain, using his ultimate over the wall, connecting with his team, at least to get one pick with them. That's something. Consolation prize.
Yeah, smooth move from the Cassante to get away there. And as you said, a consolation prize, and then the gold is still close. It's now only 1.5 in the lead, so Paragon ever so slightly building each 5 minutes or so another 500 gold, which admittedly is not the craziest difference, right? It definitely means the Bloodline is still very much in this game. One fight could essentially turn it all around, but we have a 2-item jinx now, right? And it is starting to ramp, and at 3 items, if maybe last goes for that last Whisper, you know, manages to get the LDR, then hey, Chaos not going to be as big a problem.
I mean, double item on both Asol and Jinx right now is definitely a problem. Bloodline, though, they have a lot of flanks. They could potentially flank with every champion on their team. They have that mobility. They have those dashes. So last is never safe, and neither is Tima Topper. I want to call him Timato PR so much, but it's Tima Topper. I mean, I don't know. My Swedish brain is like, nah, it's Timato PR, bro. No, it's Tima Topper.
I've never thought about it being Timato.
But both Asol and Jinx are very immobile, so if they get a flank, they should be able to kill them. But if they cannot, then Jinx and Asol, they will just obliterate. How do you say obliterate them?
Obliterate, yeah. No, you're on the money, brother. You're on the money. But I feel like we're in for a while. I almost feel like, we're just chilling on the sofa, just watching the game, having a beer, like relaxing until we get to that next objective, right? Because 2 minutes in, next dragon on the board, right? We saw last time both teams very hesitant to get into the dragon, but Paragon, the first ones to actually make the final move and say, hey, no, we are going to play for this. But you said flank, we're going to get a flank. Maybe we're not as relaxed as I once thought, as here comes Chaos, big falling from the sky, comes through the stars. But at the moment, Paragon are getting shredded. Bloodline have found the fight they needed and absolutely wiped the rift with Paragon. Chaos now in the backline. He's going to try and run away from Refresh, but I don't know if it really matters because the rest of Bloodline are here and they can go straight for Baron. You wanted a flank, you wanted a big play. Well, Sleeper, you just got it.
I mean, this is what I'm talking about, guys. Sweden coming up huge. Chaos on the flank, Sander with initiation. This is what Bloodline is all about. I mean, I didn't see an inch of Bloodline before, and then I get all of it at the same time. All of a sudden, they tie out kills. They get the Baron. They have the gold lead. I mean, this is what Sweden is all about, man.
Woo. Big plays, big worries. Now, I will say Paragon, they sometimes have a couple of these fights, but it goes so well. And I have to say, Sander, really the one that sparks it all off.
Yeah, I mean, Sando just getting that triple knock-up makes it so easy for them to get in. And then Chaos just zoning out 2 people on his own makes it so easy for the other 4 members to take down the remaining players of Paragon. Everything is just so synced. And like I said in my middle call video, Sweden is all about team fighting, all about the synergy. And that's what we just saw.
Yeah, 22 minutes, a really nice fight timer, giving them the gold lead. Like I said, it was only one team fight difference. Now it is going to be Bloodline up 1.5k, and can they capitalize on this lead that they have gained? Next dragon to be spawning in 20 seconds, and I feel like Paragon, they might have to just give this one up for free.
I mean, they need to find a way to protect their carries in Paragon. Last and Tima Topper is just so exposed all the time. Snapex wants to do something, Matza potentially too, but they don't really have anybody with the mentality to protect their carries. They're more initiative-based. So it's gonna be difficult for them to find ways to keep them alive. So I think they have to focus on that on their own, which means that they will lack a lot of damage in the beginning of every fight because they need to hide and hope that they use too many resources in Bloodline before they join the fight.
Yeah, but right now the pace from Bloodline is really good. Taking down these tier 2 towers, starting to open up the map quite a lot. Very, very strong power play, and they're going to increase that gold lead even further and further. Next dragon going to be coming up. I imagine Paragon just give this one completely for free. No real contention here. I feel like 4 minutes is where everyone has their eyes set because that next Baron could be game ending.
I mean, seeing Bloodline right now, they just found their tempo. They looked like they were a bit rusty in the beginning, but now I see the light at the end of the tunnel. I see a potential win here for Bloodline. Even though they didn't close them out early, Jinx and Asol, absolutely, they scaled. They're a problem. I get that. Oh, getting Jinx and Asol, it's an absolute win. No, it's not. Because you have CC, you have access, you have flanks in Bloodline, and that will make it really difficult for Paragon to execute the fights.
Scaling doesn't equal win. You heard it here first there from Sleeper. To be fair, I do agree. I don't think it's all down to the scaling. I think it's late game fight can go your way. They played properly, and Snepx going to be walking straight into Chaos, not the person you want to be finding in a bush when you're alone, as we are going to see. Moza does back up their jungler, but again, the 2 of them definitely don't have the damage to take down the Cassante.
I feel right now the man keeping up the tempo in Bloodline is Chaos. Both those fights where they actually got some wins was because of Chaos. Sando, of course, coming in clutch in the second fight as well, but Chaos was the one going, probably took the initiative and said, okay, I'm coming from behind, just initiate, we got this. So keep an extra eye on K'Sante. He will lead the way for the Swedes.
K'Sante, the champion for Sweden. Definitely not what I was expecting to be said. I feel like the Olaf definitely going way better, but in this game, obviously not possible. As Bloodline now starting to have that level of confidence, right? We talked about them not really playing too much in the early stages of the game. The first 20 minutes was really quiet. But now that they managed to get this lead, it feels like Bloodline are a whole new team. They're stepping forward. They're taking deep vision. They're going aggressive into the jungle. They're pushing out in these lanes. And it does give that little bit of resemblance of actually maybe they found that opening, they found that win condition, and they're trying to act it out.
Yeah, right now they're staying really safe in Paragon. They need to protect their carries, just scale them out even more. The more they scale, the more room for mistakes they have, because the damage will just be adequate in every single situation. So getting that empowered ultimate from Timo Topper and last to have almost completed items. We actually see Lord Dominic's coming out now, because Chaos right now is a big problem for the Jinx. Last need to be able to take him down, otherwise, I mean, you're flying over walls and you're dying.
And here we go, back to the quiet phases of the game there, back to farming it up. Although when I last said that, we then had a 5 versus 5, so maybe it won't be too quiet for too long, as we are going to get Baron in a minute 30. And I feel like this is one where I would expect a lot of pressure applied from Bloodline, right? They have the momentum, they have the power, and this buff, I think, realistically, could put them in either a pretty much endgame situation or essentially one step from it.
With that Jinx, if they are able to get Baron, they can pick up a lot of things. Like, that attack speed is just absolutely devastating. But right now, I just feel like as long as Bloodline keep control over the river and topside, they should be able to zone them out. Matza, of course, wants to go in, wants to create something, but if they don't have both vision in river and in their own jungle, there will be a flank, and that will be a big problem for the carries. Right now, it's just a problem for Bloodline to execute all of this. They know what they have to do. Same is for Paragon, but last fight, I guess Bloodline was just a little bit sharper.
A little bit sharper indeed, and it does beg the question of, like, what are they going to do different now? Like, what are Paragon going to do to stop them? Okay, yeah, protect the carries. That's easier said than done. Obviously, maybe trying to split, maybe trying to get a pick, trying to maybe get into there first, because you got to stop the Wukong, you got to stop the Azir, you got to stop the K'Sante, all of which are not very easy to slow down.
I mean, it's way easier. Like, even if they respond by going for the carries of Bloodline, the carries in Bloodline have much more mobility. It's way easier for them to move around the map. If you go in on Lurna, he could jump over a wall. If you go in on Lofty, he could jump over a wall. They could just stay safe. Whilst Last and Timo Topper, they have to rely on their team. They can't just play alone. And I guess that gives more options to Bloodline than it does for Paragon.
Yeah, that's a good start there, forcing Citron away, making him use that clone. But again, the investment of having to move everyone to that objective to then not really get too much does give the opening for Bloodline to start up on that Baron. And with the vision, if we can have a quick look at what Paragon are seeing on the map, I don't feel like they have a much clue about anything.
I mean, it feels like they could sneak a Baron here. I mean, they have a lot of members on top side, but none of them wants to step up. They don't want to face check anything if they get caught off guard. You see Snepix just throwing stuff. That just shows how little vision they actually have. But he should be able to spot him out here now.
Go. They see it.
Oh, it's low.
On it. There's the fight. Going into the pit. Snepix going to go deep for it. Gets the Baron. And this could be a massive game changer. And Jinx gets excited. Now going to be running through the fight, but has to stay away from Chaos. Get away from the K'Sante. But getting excited off the Wukong may give them that extra little bit of speed they need. Nice hook from Motta. Might hold them in it. And Paragon might be able to turn. TP from Refresh comes in a little later. And they just have to kill the K'Sante. Now he's down. Lorna the next on the list. Go, 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 Paragon. One more rocket will do it for both. They get one kill. Can they get the second? Lorna just too far away. But another win for Paragon and want to redeem them in this game.
I mean, Paragon is coming up clutch here. Snepix gets information on 2000 HP, goes in and somehow clutches it out, steals out the Baron. They get Baron power play. Last gets excited. He gets strong. They take them down. It doesn't matter what Chaos could do in this fight because Last is just too strong. I mean, Paragon coming up clutch. Let's check out the replay.
Yeah, Dragon going to be picked up here. Last should just be able to burn through this. Hopefully, no chance of it getting stolen if you're a UK fan, and that will put them on soul point. So Dragons definitely in their favor. They can give one for free, but let's go back to this Baron fight.
Yeah, Snapx finding out at 3000 HP. Baron is low. He has to go in. Goes in, and somehow he gets outsmited. I mean, if that Azir ult was a little bit earlier, maybe it was CC'd throughout that. Aesol goes down early, and now look at Chaos. He's chasing Last. He's just chasing him. Matza's gonna stop him in the tracks. And then the teleport coming in for refresh. It's just a disaster for Bloodline. They can't get out. Olaf and Jinx just chopping them down.
And not to add to your misery here, but I think that was pre-LDR. So Chaos isn't necessarily going to be staying alive as long in that next fight, but we'll see how it works out. Obviously, there was a little bit of question from me for Citron diving over the wall there, getting out of the pit, maybe just trying to stop Snapx getting in there, but obviously they're making it a little bit more difficult for them to actually smite themselves, as now we're seeing another fight in that top side, and the Azir gonna have to go into stasis, but a huge Cyclone coming in from Citron, a massive turnaround, but Last with the rocket maybe can clean this one up. The 3v3 has become a 3v0, and Paragon once again another team fight win, and Last being the carry that we hoped for.
I mean, every single time Last hits the Super Mega Death Rocket, goes in, already excited, just starts hitting down Bloodline. Those ultimates have been so clutch for him. I mean, he's just immaculate with this champion.
But can they close it out? Paragon now, with the Baron up wave, pushing towards the mid lane. Can they open the base? Can they start to take some inhibs and put that pressure onto Bloodline? Because at the moment, it's very Route 1. They're only going through mid lane, so they need to make something work from it. They will be able to take this tier 3. They will be able to get this inhib and back away in time. So Paragon, they open up the first base of the series. But can they close it out? Still a very close game, Sleeper. 2K in between these two teams, and Chaos is chasing a lot here. I don't know if they want to keep going all the way, just forcing Paragon out, and we still have 2.5 minutes for any objective is spawned.
I mean, they need to find that flank. When they find the flank, they get the kills. That's basically the name of the game. If you're cheering for Bloodline, you need to get a flank. If you're a Paragon, basically just run forward and use your basic attacks. It's way more difficult right now for Bloodline. Scaling is dangerous. It's far from impossible, but it's gonna take a lot of them when it comes to vision, when it comes to spacing. They need to be in the right place at the right time.
And look at the levels as well. 18 on Team Atopper, 16 on Last, 18 on Refresh. You know, Chaos and Lofty and Lon are all matching those numbers. But we're getting to the late game. Like we say, scaling, we've almost fully scaled, right? A couple more items can come in from a few people, but people are late game now, Zifa. And as we said, from the very start of this game, Paragon are the ones in favor if we get here.
I mean, they just need to go for Last. I don't think Team Atopper is the problem right now. I haven't seen him really enabled in any of the fights. Absolutely, he does a lot of damage, and he could be a problem, but right now it's just Last. He's just doing way too much damage. He's a problem. You have so many champions that had dashes, CC, and everything. You cannot allow him to just hide and then just run in at the perfect time and then just shoot you all down.
Flank, the big question. Can Bloodline get it? That's what you're saying. Sleeper's remedy to their potential loss here would be to get a flank, would be to get the kill onto Last, but obviously Paragon, the other, is needed. The opposite even. Just, oh, where did the rocket just... Okay. No Mega Death Rocket for Last in this next fight, apparently.
Oh, we won. Nice.
That's in the other win condition. They need a flank.
Yeah, exactly.
Or no Mega Death Rocket.
Yeah. No ult for Jinx. I guess we're good.
All right, 50 seconds on the Dragon, 40 seconds on the Baron. Almost feels like probably one of the last team fights we'll get in this game. If Paragon pick up that Baron, it should be GG over. I do wonder if we're going to see a trade, though. Do you think, Sleeper, maybe we see the split, one team go Dragon, one team go Baron, or maybe we just see the colliding of teams right now?
I mean, the problem right here is that they need to find Last, and by just standing Aram in mid lane, they will not do so.
Oh, it's a lot of damage onto Team Atopper, though. They have managed to get some poke off. Lofty taking a little bit themselves, but Refresh just on the split push, going to force someone from Bloodline to come back or force their hand into an engage.
I mean, it just feels like Bloodline is trying too hard in mid lane. They're hoping that Paragon would fight them. Paragon is way too smart to do so,
Ooh,
or
you say that, don't say that too soon, because Paragon, they've moved forward, they're in a fight, and we're gonna get the 4 versus 5, but it's going so well. The Dragon has brought down the stars, they have fallen, and just like the song is going sadly for Sweden's Chaos now trying to get out of there, but will not get out alive. The base is being broken, the Ragnarok has been spawned. Lofty gonna be going low, Status will buy a little bit of time as Lana picks up the kill onto Refresh. Has that maybe bought enough for Bloodline? Paragon in the base, 3 members alive, the Aurelian and the Jinx. What more can they hope for?
I mean, Copium, I think they got this.
Copium is coming in from Sleep.
Oh!
Is holding on, manages to avoid a little bit of damage coming through. Lost, getting close, and one tower will go down. They hold on to the base. The Hopium wasn't just a dream.
I mean, they get flash from last as well. Like, they try too hard. They do all of that just for one Nexus turret. They couldn't do anything. Lofty's just doing work, just hitting them down. But let's go back to the big fight here, as Bloodline was doing everything they could to find some kind of fight against Paragon. We saw Refresh in top lane just pushing, which meant that Bloodline had to do something. And for a long time, it actually looked like nothing was going to happen. And then Snepex, a little bit too curious. Chaos immediately finds him, drags him away. But at the same time, the carries overstep, gets overconfident. And all of a sudden, Paragon picks up 2 quick kills. Chaos does what he can to try to zone them out. And then you think it's over. But, I mean, Bloodline defended himself pretty well.
And Refresh maybe just had to wait. By another 10 seconds, and maybe that just ends for Paragon. A feeling the Bloodline have had against Bitfix, but this time Paragon will now send themselves with the Baron surely straight down mid. Come on, do exactly what they did to Lions Creed in game 2. Run it down mid, end the game, take game 1, and set yourselves up with a really strong profile. Prove Sleeper wrong.
I mean, they just need to believe in themselves. I think Sitkun going Amasa there, he did a lot more damage than he expected.
Refresh in potential trouble here. Chaos, it's going to force him to use that Ragnarok, and with the team starting to move across, well, actually, I would have said maybe it's good for Bloodline, but actually Paragon have just sent themselves straight forward. They're going to start moving towards the base, but Last is alone and having to back out of this one. As you said, Last, the big carry, the one they need, a Snapback's going to go forward here. The Rocket coming in, but doesn't get the kill just yet. Aurelian Soul, the Jinx, they're firing from the backline, but they haven't managed to get a kill just yet. Another hook lands, and here we go. Paragon moving forward as he dives in, but will not get the kill. Aurelian lives, Last lives, the Rockets fire, and just like Arcane, Paragon will explode Bloodline in the end of the story.
I mean, it's just a question of last. On and on again. This Jinx is just being enabled, and the scaling comes out clutch for UK as they secure game 1.
That's what we're talking about. It's coming home. He said 3-0. He's wrong. I said 3-1. It's still on the cards. There's a lot left to play. There's 4 potential games left. People, don't get too excited just yet. But Paragon moving in, taking game 1, not playing the lane swap as well. What else do I need to say?
I don't know, man. I'm just I'm not angry. I'm disappointed.
Well, with that being said, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about Paragon. We'll set up for game 2, and potentially we might even see 2-0. We might even see 3-0 from Paragon. Who knows? It's all up in the air.
League of Legends was thought to be extinct in Northern Europe. But thanks to recent breakthroughs in tournament formats, a thriving ecosystem has been discovered hiding in plain sight. In this groundbreaking 5-part documentary series, we're going to be traveling to every corner of this region, meeting the teams representing these national leagues competing for glory in the NLC RPS.
Lions Creed is one of the longest running UK orgs in League of Legends. Even the big names like Mirage and Eminem, they've either dissolved or they've merged or they've been picked up or they've changed or they've moved away from League. But Lions Creed is still going and has been going for a long time and has picked up a team that represents, I think, very well UK League and some of the pillars that have been a big part of it. Players like Hawk, players like The Heathen, players like QQR. These are players that have been winning tournaments in the country for years.
Refresh, it's going to go aggressive, but look at the damage! Absolutely turned around, the Lucian melting them.
Spark is just good at everything. And whatever he needs to be good at, you can darn sure rely he's going to be good at it, and you can just trust in him to do that. Spark can do whatever is needed, and he can do it better than anyone else.
The Cosmic Radiance came down, but I don't know how much he survived after that. Looking to finish this one off, and here we go. Spark back again. That's a triple. Are we going to get a quadra? Timo Topa goes down. That's going to be 4. Spark has secured the team fight.
Now, the other side is Paragon, which I would not fault anybody for not knowing who Paragon are, or not knowing who some of these players are. They managed to wind themselves up in the final without anyone really expecting them to be there. We thought they'd do all right. We thought they did well in Division 2 and they promoted well. But instantly into Week 1, things started to go wrong for them and it looked like this was just a formula that was not going to balance. But nevertheless, they do wind up in that final. They go head-to-head with Lions Creed. They give them a run for their money.
Paragon thrive.
Being very patient. Okay, going in. My God! The decisiveness from Paragon once again.
Paragon has just such a different way of playing the game, such a different approach to League of Legends conceptually. There is no data supporting what is going on while teams chase them around the draft phase, trying to work out what just happened. It gave them such an advantage domestically against teams that were playing against them week in, week out. Still, no one could get a handle on Paragon, and if they play to their own game, I think the rest of the RPS might not know what hit them.
And we are back once again. Expectations already have been defied. He thought it was going to be 3. No, it's this way. He thought it was going to be 3-0. It's not. It's not going to be 3-0. Paragon will not go quietly into the night. We used to joke about them having a first game debuff. They seem to have got over that in these last 2 playoff series. So hopefully they can keep the ball rolling. And I've got to ask you, how did Bloodline do to adaptation? Because this is their first loss outside of Bitfix, right?
Man, I'm just really disappointed right now. I don't even know what to say. I mean, they just they need more confidence, more Swedish power. They need to go outside, touch Swedish grass, go back in again, and then just destroy the UK like we did when the Vikings went and visited.
Way ago. Yeah, like over 1,000 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah. Make Vikings great again.
I'm not sure when Vikings were about, but yeah.
We got this. Believe.
You're gonna get a hat like in blue and yellow, make Swedish great again. Like,
yeah,
we'll see how that one works out. I feel like that's an argument you need to have with Duckling first before me. You've got a few countries to go through. Maybe Norway going to be in the line there. But either way, we're back in this one. We got another set of drafts coming through. This time, Bloodline have chose to go red side. Okay, so we are seeing the switch up. We are seeing a bit of a difference. And I actually, in my opinion, like this because considering how much Bloodline likes to play around solo laners, having counter pick seems to be a bit of a win.
Yeah, I think Paragon will just go for the same bans again. I think it was Wei, Talia, and Viego on Sutkun. So, I mean, they have no reason to go for something else. Bloodline left through both Azol and Jinx. I mean, that's okay if you find those flanks, but they only found flanks once that game. So, I mean, They need to draft a little bit better, not make it too easy for Paragon, because I still think Bloodline is the better team, but Paragon obviously won picks and bans last game.
Yeah, and I just don't see a world where Paragon don't play for the late game. You know, it just feels like it's what works for them. Why not keep that going? They beat Lions Creed with it. They beat Bloodline once with it, right? So I do feel like it's kind of their style at the moment. And I'm really interested to see how they maybe had adaptations from Bloodline, because in my opinion, I do think that Bloodline actually would be a better team to play that early aggressive style and just kind of try and run through Paragon. But obviously last time, I don't feel like they really had the picks for it to optimize how they could play the game.
I was just about to say, let's fight fire with fire and go for late game. I was like, yeah, if they can play late game, we can do it better. Whatever you can do, we can do better. So, and this time they actually ban out Lona in the first stage. This actually leaves Viego open for Citroen, or Paragon will first pick Viego.
Yeah, Snepix has played it. It is definitely something that is in their wheelhouse, right? We talked about it a lot against Lions Creed, how Snepix was able to get the Viego, was able to be very powerful, basically overrun and overrule Porp in those matchups, so why not again? And Bloodline, they switched up a couple of things here. They banned both Jinx and the Aurelion Soul, but they're not going to get Viego.
I mean, they left Ornn open, so Refresh probably wants to pick that up in the next stage if possible. Like you said, a lot of teams have been banning that champion out. I know that Chaos, he doesn't love playing Ornn. Being on tank duty is not something like you don't want to put chains on this creature in top lane. So let's see if they just secure Ornn here. Yeah, exactly. But I would like an Ornn Olaf matchup in top lane. I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, of course you would. Of course.
Go for it.
What do you do as Ornn in that matchup? Like maybe I'm just really misunderstanding, and maybe there is some sort of logic to it. But it sounds awful.
Come on, do it. Do it.
If you're good enough, you'll win. Like
exactly. What are you, chicken? Come on, do it.
Yeah.
Give us a game.
Anyway, we're gonna get Varus locked in there. The Xin Zhao coming in from Citron. I am hoping that we get a bit more early prowess, right? I feel like the Wukong was maybe a little bit flat, wasn't necessarily the most productive. The Corki, okay, we've got to talk about this. Okay, it's a big UK thing, right? Both our UK teams love a Corki. I will say Team of Topper for me needs to get into the game, right? I think that when Paragon do best is when Team of Topper is able to really be proactive. And obviously, if they do start to pick up those early dragons, they get those packages online. I think that there is a world where Paragon can really put the pressure onto Bloodline, but it's not that late scaling comfort that we know Paragon for.
Oh. So Lona has to go Lucian here. I mean, I like that a bit more. But once again, I don't want to see Bloodline going early game against late game because, like, PTSD already. And right now, Paragon already got better late game than Bloodline. I mean, I'm already feeling bad about this. But, I mean... I know in my Swedish court, Bloodline will win this no matter what. Like, we could be down 40 kills, like I said. No. I mean, one game down, that's nothing, man. Do you know anything? If you know anything about Swedish history, it's we lose a lot, but we're still the 5th biggest country in Europe. How? Because we're Swedish, man. We just do stuff, and it happens.
Okay, so wow, I can't speak. Geography facts there coming in from Zalipa. So, hey, when you tune into NLC RPS, you get both League of Legends and some information. So, there you go. Take that one home with you. We are going to see the ban on the Renata and the Ashe. I am a little bit surprised they've targeted so much on that support pool. I would have thought maybe they would show some picks away from Refresh, but I guess they're just a little bit shy of maybe going for that lane swap. So they are just trying to stop that. What?
I love this. I love this. They're like, okay, no disrespect to Lana, but Lana hasn't been like the win con throughout the tournament for Bloodline. And by picking Lucian, they force out 2 bans on Sando in combination to him. So now Sando can go whatever he wants. He could go Heimerdinger, like he doesn't care, and Chaos could potentially pick whatever he wants. Now he picks Sion, and he like doesn't enable himself, whatever, man.
You
but,
never know, it could be Sion in the bot lane.
I mean, I would last pick top lane here. I would force out, like, but... I don't know, man. You guys do you. Like I said, Sweden will win no matter what. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not coping.
And just like building. Like, if they don't win this game, you're just like, Why did you pick Sion here? But
What are you
I
doing?
think it works, right? Because I will say this: there is a world where actually Bloodline decide to go for the split push strategy themselves. They play for the Lucian, they play for an aggressive support, they have the Sion on the weak side, and they actually can make it work. So I actually think that there's worlds where Bloodline might be playing some 400 IQ games here.
I mean, Bloodline. They must have known that Ornn was going to be the pick here. They left Ornn open. They banned it in first phase last game. Even though they pick Sion now, they pick Sion because they should be comfortable picking that into an Ornn.
Wasn't it Chaos that played Sion into Skarner?
Yeah, and solo bolo them level 1.
Yeah. He destroyed. So actually, maybe he's in love tank duty, but maybe.
But that was also Hatsu's first game on that champion.
Okay.
Being Hatsu's lawyer here. I mean, all respect to Chaos. I love Chaos. He's an amazing player. But that was Hatsu's first game, like a competitive with Skarner. So I mean, it doesn't mean much, you know.
Well, we got Brom being locked in, which you probably don't know, but like basically one of Ruddy's representatives, Regan, always talks about his support pool. If you're in the UK, you'll know exactly what I'm referencing. And he says that Brom into Nautilus is free win. So you should be happy with that. There is a world where Brom is actually able to just decimate this bot lane. And I'm not going to lie, in my opinion, Bloodline have picked a much nicer comp for themselves.
Yeah, I'll agree. Okay, I love the Jin Zhao pick, okay? Blocking projectiles is key to surviving, and they have both Corki and Varus available for some potential poke. So Jin Zhao will be able to zone that out. Citroen being on Jin Zhao is way more comfortable for me than seeing him on Wukong, because I think that Wukong didn't really enable how good a player he is. We just saw like shadows of his former self, not like real Citroen or lemon in English. That's what the name means. But I like the comp from Bloodline. I want to see a more aggressive like champion in top lane on Chaos, but who knows? Maybe he plays the boss, he goes full lethality Sion top lane and just runs it down. I have no clue, maybe. But seeing both Lucian and Braum in bot lane as well, I mean, Bloodline will probably win this. Or I mean, 100% Bloodline will win this. Sweden is the best.
I feel like you're like setting up. You're like, yeah.
I don't know, man.
But then I feel like we can go back to what you said, right? When they lose, they get stronger. So maybe it's actually all the big brain plays from Bloodline. They're like, oh, if we go 0-2, then we're just way more powerful and we'll win 3-2. Like that's what I'm like kind of hearing right now from Bloodline. I will say though, personally, I actually do like Bloodline's picks here, right? I think they have set themselves up nicely for game 2 as we do go into the Rift. What the hell was that? Was that a rabbit with horns?
I think it was a Yordle. Early stage.
Well, they're just Pokemon.
That's some snails. I didn't know we had snails on Summoner's Rift. That's kind of refreshing, right?
Yeah, it's
snails
new.
are nice.
Oh, but this is nicer for Bloodline. Gonna go stay aggressive with this one. They should be able to get this stun, and that is for sure to kill. The hero of last game of Paragon, dead immediately.
I mean, not even close. You know, it's just convincing. What a start from Bloodline. I mean, he thought he could play like last game. Oh, I'm Jinx. I'm all big and mighty. But now you're on Varus, and you have no flash, and also you died. So, I mean, Sweden coming up big.
Well, that's you wanted more proactivity. They've done it. They've got it. They've already managed to get themselves a kill. And on to Lana, who you have said isn't always the carry of this team. However, on Lucian, with the kill now, hey, isn't it possible?
I mean, the reason I'm talking a little bit more lightly about Lana is because I don't really know him. He's not the original AD carry for their team from the league. He came in for the RPS, so I don't know him that well. And it feels like Bloodline has sort of the same relation as I do. So there's not 100% trust in him. And that's why they don't like play around him in the same way. But definitely, I've seen a lot of qualities in this player, and he could potentially carry a game. But it just feels like Citroen is more obliged to go for top lane or go for mid lane because Lofty and Chaos are such amazing players, and he knows what they can do.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think there was definitely a lot of potential. I'm also with you on the surprise around the Casantes, around the Scions. Like, Olaf has been open twice now. We haven't seen it picked. Maybe it's a little bit of overconfidence from Bloodline. Maybe they're saying we don't need to go for the Olaf. We don't need to reach for it. But aggression definitely seems to fit what they would do. Like when we saw them last play against the side of Paragon, they played for Renekton, which, okay, yeah, maybe not the late game carry that you expect, but the early game aggression is there for sure, and it was able to really decimate against refreshing on the Camille. So I am a little bit surprised. I'll be honest with you, Zeep. I am sharing your surprise that we aren't seeing a more aggressive look coming out from the top lane of Bloodline, but we're going to go back to the replay of where it all started badly.
I mean, no matter what happened this game, I'm just gonna enjoy this moment forever. I want this on replay as a GIF forever. Just seeing Lasp taken down by everyone in Bloodline. I mean, after last game, he hurt me deeply. So
yeah,
yeah,
he ruined your prediction. It's straight off the gate, like not even allowing you to have like a couple of moments to savor it. You know, just straight up 3-0. No, that's not happening.
Okay, bro. Calm down. I did my best, yo. I really thought Bloodline had this, man. I'm not saying they don't, but like, yeah. But this early kill on Lana is really, really big. Like playing Lucian Braum, you want to abuse the lane. Picking up an early longsword makes it so much easier for them to punish Varus and Nautilus. I don't think Matza could hook even if he wanted to, because putting themselves in a fight now would probably lose them the lane even more.
Now Paragon up in that top side. I feel like we're getting the snooze fest of a top lane, to be honest, unless we see something absolutely insane from one of these two. There's no kills going on there. And both junglers, I'm surprised again. Like, it's almost like SnapX is doing the opposite of what I'm expecting all these games. Last game I expected him to go top. This game he is pathing up to the top side, whereas I feel like surely all of the power is in the bot lane, no?
Yeah, it should be a lot of attention down there, but it's hard to say right now. They could potentially even go for a tower dive in bot side if they slow push this. Let's see what Citroen decides to do. But like, I would like to see him go for a tower dive in bot lane. I mean, it doesn't even have to be perfect. Just keep the lead going in bot lane, make it difficult for Lasp to play the game, and then they have to rely on Team Topper and SnapX. I mean, I get a bit nostalgic because they changed Corki now, so this is old Corki for me now.
It is old Corki, yeah. But it's only like 2 days old Corki, so
yeah.
I'm hoping you remember what it does. But right now, Citron,
the good old days,
be getting that early play here, is able to get quite far behind Paragon, and Last I think either saw them or sensing it, gonna back away, but a really nice setup here for Bloodline.
Yeah.
SnapX, though, in the wings. It could be a 3 versus 3. Lorna, though, going to be caught out here. And Mozza just way too far away from the rest of the team. Not going to give them the opportunity to get into this. And Citron finds an easy kill.
I mean, this is what what happened top? What happened top, man? I was just about to be happy, and then you made me unhappy. Chaos, what are you doing? No, like, this is what I wanted to see. Citroen had to punish Lasp and Matza even more. They already had an advantage on Lana, which made it so much easier for them to play the game. And now it will be even easier. But top lane, let's see what happened here as Chaos was stepping up, limit testing his sign a bit. And as we all know, Ornn is an assassin. He's not a tank. And Chaos just... The funny thing is just, like, he... Like 4 or 5 times in that fight, we saw that he was gonna lose that, and he just kept going.
Sometimes you just gotta send it. You know, you gotta have that confidence, like you said. They wait. Why is Chaos in the bot lane? What is happening?
I mean, give confidence to everyone except Chaos. Don't give it to Chaos.
What?
He will just run it down.
What's happening right now?
I don't know, man.
What strategy is this, Lieber?
This is the Swedish switcheroo.
Just went on a room.
It's sort of a ballroom dance. We learned it in elementary school. It's just for people that play Scion.
That's yeah, not what I was expecting to happen, I'll be honest. The Scion just walking the whole length of the rift. We'll be able to collect this wave though. And I feel like a lot of things are going to be hard to predict this game, because I'll be honest, it's not going as I would have expected, right? We are seeing a lot of priority, though, from Bloodline on that bot side, and I do want to see Citron really setting that up, because at the moment, it does feel like a big win condition for them, and the top lane isn't necessarily going the best. Dragons, though, do you feel like this is maybe the game where Sweden decides that Dragons are more important than Grubs?
I mean, I think they will contest it a bit more, but being stronger bot side than top side, I think they would go for dragons instead. I mean, Chaos is doing Chaos stuff. I mean, if he's gonna play like this, just go full lethality, man. Just send it completely.
He should be able to get away from this one though, although they are blocking him pretty hard and he's going to die again. So actually, Snepex picking up a kill. Obviously, the Viego, we all know what can happen when they get ahead. Chaos will look to try and take a plate, but not even going to be able to get anything on the tower. Nicely traded over though for Citron. Will be able to pick up this dragon.
I mean, the boss is Swedish and he invented the inting Sion technique, so keeping it within the family in top lane. He's just behind 5 CS though, so that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, now he's going on another run. So where Chaos will go, wherever he's going, he's sticking to the name, right? He is causing chaos in the Rift.
That's one way to put it.
Maybe not for my team though. Maybe for your team.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, we're crying and you guys are laughing, so.
But you never know.
But I mean, he could do, like, I don't know what he's thinking. I never do. That's why I have to ask him all the time, and he just gives me goofy answers anyway, so I still don't know what he's doing. But I'm guessing, because of how good he is, that he has a plan with this.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
No, I can meet you in the middle with that one. And he's off to the roam. Should be able to get a Gromp here. Actually, he's just going to go for the proxy.
Yeah,
so
he's just...
I do like this from Chaos. I think the proxy does make sense. It's going to draw pressure. And you know what? If they do keep sending Snepex up to the top side, well, then Citron can really make his mark in bot side and keep that Lucian fed.
Yeah, I agree. Proxying here is the right move to go. Now, Refresh will not have any waves. It was really good of Citron to go clear that one out. And Chaos could stay out forever because it's not like Snepex wants to invest time in his top side. He doesn't want to spend time stopping Chaos. He wants to invest more resources into his bot lane that's already struggling. So right now, it's a good play from Chaos. Just the 2 first deaths were a bit rough on the economy in top side.
Yeah, but he's starting to bring it back a little bit more. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is this... Wait, where are you going? I thought he was going to gank mid. Where is he going?
Never let them know your next move.
I don't know if Chaos knows his next move. They're not going to be cornered here. Snepex might be able to get a kill. They're going to bring up Mozza as well. Going to stop the Sion from running away. It will buy a bit of time. He's going to be able to get out, but had to burn Flash as well. And Refresh is just chilling in topside. He's a level up now.
Are you not entertained, everyone? Chaos, the best top laner in Sweden, everyone. Here you go. I have no idea what he's doing, man. I have no idea what he's doing. Yeah, it has to teleport for this. He has to... But he's still gonna lose like 4 minions on that play.
Yeah, I'm really hoping someone knows what he's doing, though.
He could have just kept proxying. I don't know why he went for a roam bot lane. Like, it didn't even make sense. In that case, he could have just ulted mid. Because, like... Tima Topper was pretty exposed.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be the biggest brain play. I was actually really impressed. I was like, hey, you know what? He's going to ult mid. He's going to get the kill onto Tima Topper. Lofty's going to get gold ahead. They'll get some plates, and it's just a winning moment. And then what is going on, man? Like, okay, the stun, not going to be able to land, but Lofty now stepping forward, but another kill onto Chaos. Okay, yes, not worth loads of gold, but has he maybe set up for the rest of the team? Here comes the Ornhorn, and they are going to get the knock-up onto the Azir, but no more fighting will occur. Bloodline just losing gold at the moment, now down 400, and not able to capitalize on their bot lane success as well, which is another thing I want to bring to you, right? We talked so much about this Sion. Let's kind of bring it back to the rest of the map. The bot lane was up, they've been ahead, but they just haven't been able to capitalize at all.
Yeah, I think Last and Matza has just been really, really good at playing the waves. But I think Lana and Sando, they have to force it a bit more. They should be able to somehow potentially create a freeze, create some kind of situation where they have to react to them. I think like in early stages, they could have even dived after Citroen went for that early gank, but they decided not to. And that's just credit to Last and Matza, just playing it perfectly in lane, not getting too punished here so that Last can get back into the game. I mean, this doesn't feel like a lane where you got first blood.
Yeah, indeed. It's very even, and very even in the mid lane as we would expect. And back to the top lane once again. At least the grubs are spawning, and now this time the roam makes sense. Although maybe it doesn't. Chaos is going to go back to... Wait, where is Chaos going? He's just leaving Citron to be completely exposed here. Citron is going to be forced off the grubs, forced to flash out, and going to give Paragon 6 grubs.
Chaos Hex flashed that wall over Grom. He has Hex Flash and Aftershock.
Okay, well, next dragon is going to be spawning. 28 seconds. Infernal Drake. Power has been on the bot side for Bloodline, and I do like this from Citron. Getting there early, forcing away the bot lane, making them feel uncomfortable. And it should be a secured one, as they may actually get the pick here. Last is walking back, but has no idea. Walks into the bush as well. Will get swept underneath their tower, but will die quickly. And Bloodline, although all of this stuff is happening on the top side, are still not going to go down without a fight. Now diving underneath the tower. The knockup is going to land onto the Azir. Not going to be able to get a kill, though. Sander able to walk out, but you know what? Paragon are not done just yet. Sending 2 more members. Team Topper with the package as well. But it's just a little bit too late.
I mean, it just feels like Bloodline is having, like, they feel like a wizard. Like, they have Chaos in one hand, and they say, look at this, and then they do all of this stuff in bot lane at the same time. Just like a divergent all the time. Like, it's... Chaos is... I don't know what Chaos is doing, but the other 4 people are doing great. Well played, guys.
Yeah, and as you said, maybe it is all diversion tactics right now, because it is working. They are making big plays. Lona trying to get a little bit of damage onto Team Topper, but we'll just be able to get the package down and refresh. Going to be able to claim that first brick. So even though the proxying was there, wasn't able to stop the Ornn from doing their thing.
I mean, an Ornn taking first turret against a Sign 30 minutes into a game is not something you see every day.
To be fair, I think a lot of things in this game are not what you see in most games.
And the funny thing is, Chaos probably takes that as a compliment.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, you never saw that? I'm happy I could give you that experience.
You know what? It makes it interesting, though. I'll be honest. It's a thing. And actually, if we do look at the whole game in total, 2 dragons to Bloodline, so they are starting to force a condition where they are going to have to be fought by Paragon. So there is a whole world where actually, you know what, like Bloodline are setting up pretty nicely to give themselves a good opportunity later on in this stage of the game. And if we look at it, the Azir, the Lucian, they are starting to pick up kills themselves. They are starting to get strong. Citron as well on that Xin Xiao, definitely powerful. If they can just keep the rest of their map pushing, they should be all good. The only question is, when towers start to crumble, is it going to be too quick from Paragon for Bloodline to really take a stand?
Lofty in a bad situation in bot lane is probably going to get tower dive, but Chaos wants to join.
With the TP able to ward away any sort of threat from Paragon and dissuading that, and also giving open an opportunity for Bloodline to take the Herald here. So Chaos now actually starting to really play with the team, starting to give openings with Bloodline. Refresh, you've got to be careful here. You cannot be taking this one on.
I mean, he's playing like he got 4 people behind him, and Bloodline, they felt like he had 4 people behind him, so they didn't go for him.
And right now that will open up for the mid. They are going to try and push this one and force away Lona in the jungle. Mid tower will crumble, and another bit of gold handed over to Paragon.
Could look for Matza here.
Oh, they are. Here comes the charge. Chaos not going to be able to land it. Will get the knockup, but a nice hook will get them away as last. Now being chased down. Nice dive in from Citron. And Bloodline, they're making something happen out of nothing. The deception is real, and Chaos is leading the charge.
I mean, it just feels like they are just as confused by Chaos as we are, and they're using it to their advantage. They're just doing stuff all the time. If they did that in game 1, maybe it was different.
Oh, but this could be a little bit careful, though. Chaos is going to fall down. Tower should go with him, though. Zombie Sion back on the map. And I will say Chaos not really worth any gold, so it's not like Bloodline are hemorrhaging. I can't really say that word at the moment. A lot of the gold out. So Bloodline's still in a pretty strong position. Yes, a couple of turrets will go down, but if we look at the gold, it's only 1,000 between the 2 teams.
I think actually it was calculated that Chaos was supposed to die there. They felt like they couldn't finish off that turret, and he was like, okay, I'll take one for the team. Went into passive state and just took it down. He was less valuable than the tower, so he took one for the team. And the only dangerous thing with all of this is that Refresh earlier went in quickly on Luna. W basic attack took half his HP. So right now Ornn is probably the strongest champ on the map. He's so strong.
but can it be turned into a win, right? Because obviously Ornn isn't a carry, right? He's not just going to one-shot your backline. Yes, does a lot of damage, right? We all meme about it. But realistically, Paragon's still falling behind in that bot lane, right? Which was obviously the key to their success in that last game. In the mid lane, also, I think ever so slightly favored towards Bloodline. So all in all, Paragon, in the places where they would normally be a lot stronger, aren't able to keep themselves up.
Bloodline just has to keep playing these dragons. Picked up 2 already. It's just a Chemtech soul, maybe not the best soul for them, but I mean, every dragon is an advantage, which they have to use. It's good shields from for Chaos. Every time he W's, will be impossible to kill him. But I don't think it's a win con to go for the Drakes, but if they're not taking them, we should.
Yeah, and I think it's a nice setup either way, right? Maybe having that slight thought from Paragon, like, oh, maybe we shouldn't allow 4 Drakes. Also, even if they do get all 4 Drakes, then potentially spawning the Elder earlier might be a good win for Bloodline, as we do see Refresh coming down to the bot side saying, you know what, we're not going to give this one up for free. We are going to look to fight this, but Corki needs to go back and get that package first.
I don't think they got what they wanted from this Viego pick. They thought that we could pick it. Let's show Citroen how you play it, and at the moment I don't think Paragon really enabled it the way they wanted to. Package now picked up.
Packet picked up, TP going in the bot lane, as we are going to see Snepex starting to push Bloodline up towards the top side, where we do see Refresh in the waiting, looking to go in there. Not going to be able to land onto anyone, but the hook does land. But look at the carries. They're so far away, and Paragon, they maybe got a bit early, but here comes Corki with the package, going deep, gets the kill onto Lola. That's a 1 versus 1. Chaos holding off the Paragon team, just not allowing them through the fight. But Viego going aggressive, tries to get the kill, will be able to find one, but again, a trade. Lofty trying to do the most, but Paragon are just staying alive, and look who it is. It's last once again. Chaos falls down finally, tries to finish off Mozza, might actually be able to get the kill, just doesn't. And it is going to be Paragon that come out on top, and another hectic fight, another scrappy one, but Paragon hold their nerve.
I mean, Paragon coming up clutch here. Let's look at the replay. We see Bloodline starting up Dragon in a nice fashion. And then we will see Chaos actually position himself in this bush, trying to zone out Snepex and Tima Topper, which means that everybody else starts fighting. And it looks good for Bloodline initially, but all of a sudden that package just comes in clutch for Paragon, and Lerna falls quickly, and everybody goes down way too low, and Bloodline just can't find the tempo again in the fight. Refresh way too tanky, just standing in the center, forcing out the basic attacks, and when he falls, then it's already too late.
Yeah, and you know, had Snepex had a slither more health, could have potentially got the ultimate off again, and maybe it would have been even cleaner for Paragon. But Dragon fight number 2 is here. Ultimates are down mostly, but a few are still in the vicinity, as we are going to see a fight on the top. Sander holding up the wall, trying to hold off Chaos, buying a bit of space as in goes Lofty. A big sweep will be able to hold them back, but look at Lost once again. Damage done as in moves, and now the Corki is still alive. Bloodline trying to back out of this one, but the Ornn is holding them center. Chaos still able to find a bit of damage, but look at the Viego. Heartbreaking for Sweden as he picks up another kill. Lona and Sender watching their team die around them.
I mean, Snepex just waiting in this fight. So much patience from his side, and in the end, it's so easy for him to just pick up the kills, gets those resets, and just plays around his team. It's just over-investment from Bloodline. They think they have a better fight than they do. They go way too deep, and when they actually know they're gonna lose the fight, they're in way too deep, losing yet another fight, and now the gold lead is starting to snowball for Paragon. 2,300 gold approximately going over to the UK.
Snepex able to start building that lead as well, taking away camps, getting themselves set up. Baron going to be the next objective in everyone's sights. And the fact that Paragon have got, again, another situation where they can hold Bloodline to keeping the game snowballing just helps them once more. However, the question I do have, though, for you, Lofty, obviously playing the Azir, I think does get a little bit better than the Corki and the Varus. So I do think there is a little bit of a timeline on Paragon, but Snepex obviously making it a bit harder.
I mean, if Lofty plays like he's doing right now with additional damage, that would be disastrous for UK. In every fight, he's been doing the right things, shuffling everybody around, but not that adequate damage quite yet.
Ooh.
Has to scale up, scale a little bit more. They have vision here, so this is very risky for Bloodline.
The refresh isn't there. It's a 4 versus 5, and the Corki is also quite far away. So depending on how fast they can do it, Snepex might be getting caught out here. Lorna going aggressive, but a nice blast cone will be able to get him away. Snepex just about surviving, almost finding success to Bloodline. But they are going to have to now leave it as 5 members have assembled. Paragon forcing in mid lane. And Bloodline, they look like they want to take this fight, but I don't know if this is in their best interest. They're saying, you know what, we're down to just teamfight this, but look, they've already used the bronze shield. The Ornhorn gonna come through, knocks up 2 as Citron goes aggressive onto the back line. Can he hold off Team Topper? Not able to do a lot of damages, neither is the Varus. Lasso now able to fire off, gets a kill, and they're starting to move forward. Chaos buying a little bit of space for Bloodline, but they have to keep themselves healthy. They're so low, and they're starting to fall. Lofty trying to get a sweep through, will be able to knock back the support, but it's not enough. And once again, Paragon find more victories. Snepex finally falls down, chases away Lana, but Blast and Team Topper still alive.
I mean, 3 for 3, the Swedes will take that after 2 disastrous fights, but Lofty in that fight with enormous patience. You'll see on the replay how he just positions together with his backliners. I can even tell that probably in comms, he's just saying, just hold the line, our tanks are doing great work. And when they actually initiate on the backline, he uses his ultimate, picking up at least 3 kills for the Swedes. So it's 3-3 in the end. Let's take a look at this once more on the replay. Lofty keeping his position all the time. And like you said, no Braum Shield available, so that's a good knockup coming out from Refresh, making it difficult. Mods has to flash early, but Citroen goes in a little bit too deep and falls almost immediately. Lofty still at full HP, just chopping them down all the time, making it so difficult for everyone in Paragon to get in. And when they actually get in, quickly just uses the shuffle, gets them away, and that makes it a tie in the end of the fight.
Yeah, really able to pick up the kill onto Viego as well. Absolutely massive. Had there been another Heartbreaker, well, again, maybe the fight's a little bit less close, but Baron is going to be the next objective. We've gone from slow game to fight after fight after fight, but look, Chaos moving forward. Lofty on the flank as well. Bloodline trying to get a flank. It worked last series. Will it work again today? Lorna now with the ultimate is able to pop up, but here's the package, but maybe Team Topper has gone too far. The Ornhorn going to be utilized, but not able to get the shot, and Lorna now stepping forward, but the Azir is not in the fight. Is too far away, and Paragon snap up the ADC and the support. Bloodline have to run away, and Mozza is looking for more. Flash from Chaos will buy some time, but Baron is in the eyes of Paragon.
Once again, Bloodline thinks they're in a better situation than they are. They have Lofty on the flank, but he gets ulted down by Last immediately, making it difficult for him to join the fight. So when they actually started up, they struggle a lot. Let's see the play for Baron.
Citron is trying to get into the pit. Here comes Chaos though. Once again, another fire. Lofty buying a little bit of time, but here comes the full frontal. Citron going in, but will be taken low. They managed to get Snepex though. No smites from either side. Lofty trying to hold on the fight, but will not be able to get the kill. As here goes Citron once again, but falls. And Paragon finally win another fight. But again, they cannot do the Baron. They have to go out to base, and it's fight after fight after fight. Paragon coming out ahead, Sleeper, but it's always close, so no team can push their lead.
I mean, hat off to Paragon. They know Bloodline will just keep going and going and going and going, and they do. So they can just pick up all the resources. In this fight, look top side, you can see Lofty just lurking around, looking for this flank, which he will be... It's going to be real difficult for him to get in, as you will notice. They do a good job as they're trying with the cult to zone them out, but Lofty just gets zoned out, has to flash away, uses ultimate defensively. Lerna gets a big greedy, moves up, and Lofty cannot join the fight. So now it's an easy 3 versus 5. Chaos just runs away, everybody runs away, and they think they have a chance because they have teleport. They want to go one more time, but instead just giving away even more kills to Paragon, who I mean, they're just dominating the game right now.
But can they actually utilize this domination to cause a win here? Right now, it does feel like Bloodline are still holding them very close. And even though, yes, the fights might be going Paragon's way, we haven't seen them push the map state further and further into their control. They haven't got Baron. They haven't opened up the base. They haven't got a lot of the tier 2s, if any of the tier 2s, actually. So right now, Bloodline, yes, they may be down 5k gold. Yes, they may be down items, but they are not losing across the map.
I mean, Bloodline is holding it very, very well. I think they just need to learn when to fight. They had the flanks a lot of the times, situations where it looked like they had an advantage, but they couldn't really utilize it. Somehow one of the links in the chain doesn't really hold up, and everything just crumbles. But the only positive thing here is that Lofty has scaled out really well because of these fights. 3 items now, and he's actually the one who's been last man standing in every single fight. 6 kills on him now. I think he could be a bit of a problem, but at the same time, look at SnapX. If he starts getting those resets, it's going to be difficult to face off against the Viego.
Yeah, patience, timing. It's been a massive key to the successes of this one, as we are seeing maybe refreshes a little bit off timing there. Was going to go clear that wall, does manage to do it. But again, still a little bit cautious as Chaos able to reward that. They don't want to lose this Baron, but it almost feels like Bloodline are maybe a little bit too scared of it. They're staying so close together, so grouped up, that they're potentially losing out on a lot of experience here.
Once again, gonna play around this Baron. Somehow nobody has been able to take it in 27 minutes, even though they fought at least 3 times for it.
Refresh getting knocked up here. A little bit of poke damage is going to come through, but the Ornn very tanky. Will be able to hold out as Sander stepping up, and Bloodline, they just don't want to allow Paragon anywhere near the Baron. They're trying to get a catch, but it's going to be Paragon. They get the catch. A massive knock-up. A lot of damage onto the Lucian, but they will survive. And here comes the Ornn. 2 dead immediately. And Lofty now in trouble. Trying to get away with the Heartbreaker over the wall will be enough. They get the kill. They get the full sweep. 1 survives, and that's Lana. But it may not be enough. They may be able to keep moving. And SnapX stepping once again forward. Lana trying to run away, but they cannot outrun the Blade of the Ruined King. SnapX cuts them down, and they should open up the base.
I mean, Matza giving us a replay from earlier today. T1 Carrier coming out clutch with that hook on Caps. This time around, it's on Lana, getting all these knockups, double knockup into damage, into a disaster for Sweden. And it looks like Paragon is going to close out game 2.
They're going to keep pushing for it. We are going to see Sander back up, and we are going to see Citron very closely following. 8 seconds before they come alive, and now they're looking for the tower. It's going to go down. Lofty's not going to be here before they go, and it's the Nexus that they look for. A couple more bits of damage, and Paragon go 2-0. They're doing it! They're doing it! UK fans! Paragon are defying expectation once again, but we cannot count our chickens before they hatch. It's 3 games that need to be won. Leaper, you said your team gets stronger the more they lose. Now, their backs are truly against the wall.
I mean, yeah.
Yep. With that, we're going to go to a break.
We got this.
I get how you feel, but a lot is now needed from the Swedish number 1. Can they make a stand, or are Paragon going to do the biggest upset of the NLC right now, right here? We're going to go to a quick break. RPS will continue when we're back. And we are back again. 2-0 this time. Are we going to be coming back again? Maybe not. It may be 3-0. You might have been right, Sleeper. It might be a 3-0, but just not your team.
I mean, I believe in the reverse sweep, everyone. Silver scrapes are coming. Don't even worry about it. I know Bloodline. Bloodline likes to be under pressure. Okay, these are comparison with kids. You know, they need to be taught a lesson. And Paragon, they have like, if you go Scion Aftershock top lane with Hex Flash, I mean, do you really imagine that you will win that game? No, you won't. Like, they know they're building up Paragon's confidence. They want them to be happy. We want people in Britain to be happy for once in their life. They should be happy, and we'll give that to you, and then we'll take it away because we don't. we don't really care. Like, we're Swedish. We're gonna win this. Don't worry about it, guys. You can have a good time in chat right now. You can have a good time everywhere. It doesn't really matter. Sweden's gonna win this, and then you guys will be like, "What happened? Paragon was doing great. They were the best team." Blah 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 blah. I mean, go to IKEA, buy new furniture, eat some meatballs, be happy, guys. It's fine.
I have to say, the meatballs in IKEA, they did use to slap. So shout out to them. You know, like I will say, there are some good things that come out of Sweden. IKEA is included in that list. I also, when I was in Sweden, tried the steak that's like on a plank of wood.
Planka.
Yeah, that slaps. If you go to Sweden, get that. It's banger.
It's goated. It's goated.
Yeah, but back right now to the draft. Paragon back on blue side, so Bloodline deciding the red side was a little bit better for them. And we're going to see, again, very similar bands. I think it's the exact same bands from both teams.
I mean, honestly, I'm going to get surprised if Bloodline gets 3-0 because, like you said, they only lost one game throughout the entire tournament. Before, they lost the first game of the tournament against Bitfix Gaming in Group A. That was the only loss they ever suffered. And now, all of a sudden, they are down 2-0 after the first two games in the semifinals. And I just feel like Bloodline has so much more to give, and it would really surprise me if they didn't win this third game here.
I think it is safe to say this would be the upset of the tournament so far. Like, in the fashion as well. Like, let's jokes aside. Genuinely, I would be very shocked if it's a 3-0. I think the Bloodline have looked really, really strong throughout the tournament. But at the end of the day, Paragon, as I said earlier on in my speech, in my monologue at the start, they are the defiers of expectation. They have managed to step forward in every single game. And we are going to see Tristana. You're getting excited, which makes me think that this is Lofty that's playing this pick.
Of course it's Lofty, man. Have you seen Caps in MSI? We're bringing it back, guys. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, Scandinavia and Tristana goes hand in hand. Reckless, Caps, all of them just dominating.
Not hitting the Nexus.
Yeah, it's gonna be fine now. Let's play Iron Jungle. Let's just settle this, and then just let's make a game for it immediately. Like, they can just surrender. It's fine. Like, we already won. Tristana pick.
You draft, surrender, game 4.
Yeah, let's go. Let's just skip the game. I don't want to see it.
I'm not going to. I think Lofty's been having a great series. Like, there's other factors that need to be considered. But Ornn going to be locked in there. Varus taken up. I like this quite a lot, right? I like this Varus pick away because it did look really good for last. It's something that's been very strong. I do wonder if we maybe get the Ashe coming out. We've obviously seen last play that a couple of times. The Cockmore also has been prevalent. So a few question marks still for me as to what Paragon wants to lock in here, because obviously there is also that fear that Team Atopic gets banned out.
Oh.
The Cockmore, like I said, is back on the Rift.
I mean, we got this. I feel it. I feel it in there. Yeah, pick the Cassante. No, pick the... Okay, GG. That's GG right there. That's the tank destroyer we were looking for. Like, I think Bloodline, they must have known that both Viego and Ornn were going to be picked out again. It worked really well for Paragon in the last game. They didn't ban it. They kept going for Azul and Jinx ban from the first game. And so Viego being the first pick was kind of obvious. So I'm guessing all the picks right now are based on that both Viego and Ornn were supposed to be picked out from Paragon. So I think Bloodline is in a little bit more comfortable position right now.
Why have Bloodline banned Braum? I would have thought that would have been Paragon's ban. But either way, there we go. It's going to be the Lulu as well that gets banned away, and we are seeing now Paragon starting to ban away some of those double range supports that could come through, stopping Bloodline from really setting themselves up for that lane swap if they choose to do it. But I feel like Paragon are the ones that need to do it themselves, realistically, if anyone's going to do it, because Bloodline, they have a winning lane top, right? We have Chaos on something that's comfortable, should be good into the Ornn as well. So I feel realistically, they finally are going to be happy with a straight setup and a straight match. So this one's where it gets interesting me.
No.
Yeah, please no. No one wants that. But what are you going to pair with the Kokomo? Do we keep playing strong side bot? Cassante? Is it Gwen jungle? Yeah, I feel that. I feel that from you. I feel that.
What are you doing?
Maybe they're
No,
scared
it's
of
fine,
the
it's
lane
fine.
swap still.
This is calculated, okay, guys? Because of the Swedish lakes, you have to pick 2 top lane champions in the 3rd game. That's like obligation here in Sweden. So picking Gwen jungle is really, really good here because Sisters is a national treasure in the south part of Sweden. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. I don't remember watching Team as a player, Carly. I'll be honest. Like, maybe this is just me missing a big part of the gameplay, but it's not something I know them for. I might try and scour my notes quickly to see if I've seen it at all in the league. But as of so far, that is not what I was expecting. I like it, though. I like the adaptation into the Tristana. Don't play the Azir. Play something that can definitely kill off the Tristana. But now we're seeing the final pick there, the Nautilus coming through. And you're not seeming very happy again. I have to say it. We have, again, another very strong late game for Paragon.
What I'm doing is I'm mourning for Paragon because Paragon is gonna get absolutely destroyed. That's why I'm sad. I mean, you guys, you have a rough history. I mean, so much war, so much horrible things happening. I mean, you won most of them, but still, it was horrible. You lost so many people, and now you're about to lose 5 more because Bloodline is about to reverse sweep this, and you guys will be crying as we celebrate the weekend as new NLC Division 2 Bloodline going into the lineup.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. Just for the people at home, in case you were thinking, hey, why are these 2 people talking a lot about their country and caring about who wins this, right? Is it just a national pride thing? No, it's not just a national pride thing. The winner of this goes through to the finals. But not only that, they secure themselves a spot in Div 2 in the NLC for the next split. So it is all to play for here. This is the most important match that both these teams will play. Because realistically, if Paragon pick up the win here, it is over. Bloodline will be done 3-0. But Bloodline, they still have a few more games. If they can win this one, they could potentially look for that reverse sweep. It will take 3 games back to back, so it is stacked against them. But we've seen it before. Momentum is a big thing in League of Legends. Right now it is with Paragon, though. As we go through that next draft, Paragon, they've brought forward a lot of things that we recognize, right? They've got a lot of late game scaling. They want to play a slower game. They're not going to be trying to force a win over Bloodline. They're going to gradually allow themselves to get stronger and stronger. And the question that we had all series, can Bloodline push that tempo? I'll be honest, Sleeper, I was really, really feeling it when they had the Gwen. The Cassante pick, yes, I think it's really good. I think that it was a very strong pick early on. And obviously we talk about the flanks. It's definitely something that Chaos can look good on. But I am surprised they didn't go aggressive with it.
I mean, let's just snip our way to game 5. It's gonna be fine. Like, I think Bloodline know exactly what they're doing. I mean, they've shown us the great minds of League of Legends already with the Cassante Aftershock X Flash top lane. All these strats coming out clutch, and once again now being clutch, of course, with Gwen jungle, something we've seen a lot season 5. I mean, Sitsune is a really good player, so it wouldn't even surprise me if he pulls this off. But I mean, if you're in a situation where you lose, you go out of the tournament, maybe you go for something more secure. But let's see. I mean, maybe this is the most clutch pick. Maybe they have to bang Gwen in the next game.
As in, it definitely works, right? I've seen it before. Gwen does work. It works well into Viego as well. There's a world where Citron can really carry this game. Obviously, when we talk about Chaos potentially getting on a carry, we've also seen Citron play those early game junglers. So maybe this carry orientation will work out better for them and a little bit more engaged given to Sander as well. I think the Rakan did look a little bit stronger, if I'm being honest, than in the second game where they had the Brom. But the question for me still lies, and it's the question that I feel like Paragon have posed to every single team they've played so far since they brought in the Ornn for refresh is, can you beat us early, or are you going to crumble to us late game?
Nah, we're not going to crumble. We're fine. You saw Chaos for game 1 with Cassante. absolutely running it down. Right now, I feel like both of them are on their most comfortable champions at the moment. Chaos never gets to play Olaf because his team is like, no, pick tank top lane. And so Cassante is his best choice. So Refresh on Ornn versus Cassante on Chaos will be an interesting matchup. Let's see who's the greater giant up here in top lane.
I really love that consensus, by the way. It's like, it's not, oh no, he's never allowed to play it because other people are like, no, we don't want to see it. It's like, no, bro, we don't want you to just run it, just killing everyone. Play the tank.
I mean, there's some more interesting champions that I know that he could play, but I don't want to talk about his pool way too much because I don't want to spoil too much in case we go further into this series, which of course I'm hoping for. But there is some spicy things they could pull out if they start banning out Chaos instead of Lofty. But right now, I understand 100% why they're banning out Lofty a bit more, because he's been the most consecutive player. He's just been showing up every single game.
Yeah, the Azir, very strong. Definitely, well, I would say almost managed to find a win. I think if a couple of team fights had gone the way of Bloodline in those later scraps, maybe we could have been going to a 1-1 game series. But at the moment, it is Paragon that have that advantage. And at the moment, it does feel like we're setting up for very similar starts to most games. Now, this time, I am seeing SnapX go the way that I expected, right? Playing towards that bot side. It is what's anticipated, right? That's where the Cockmore is. Citron pathing up top, though. So it feels like we're going to go back to the Grubbies being important this week.
I mean, Grubbies would be good here. They have a lot of push together with Lofty. If Lofty would pop off, 6 Grubs on a Tristana would just obliterate all the turrets on the map, make it very easy for them to play the game, open up, easy to get those deep wards, control over the map. So I feel like Bloodline should definitely go for the Grubs here. And it looks like SnapX already accepted this as he's positioned and ready for Dragon to spawn in bot side, maybe looking for a gank.
Ooh, and this is good. This is what you want to see if you're Swedish. Bloodline putting a bit of pressure onto Refresh, however, not going to have to flush away, but Chaos, with this wave state, is going to be putting a lot of pressure onto Refresh here, just calling him out, essentially, and Refresh needs to be careful, but actually, Citron has gone back to base, so not even going to have to be too worried about it, and can just go on the offensive here.
I mean, Refresh is looking very refreshing in top lane, no pun intended, but he's looking really, really good up here. I mean, he's warding out Citron as he's recalling, knowing that he could get 2v1, but so confident, just stepping up, starting to hit Chaos, taking him down to very low HP. I mean, Ornn is his comfort pick, and we can see that.
Oh, I don't know if I like this. I can't decide if I like this. This could be... Oh, this is very risky. This is very risky for Paragon, but can they pull it off? Knock up through, damage there, and first blood Refresh. Paragon make it work. And they've already signed off with a good lead.
Okay, so he teleports back. Now he's angry, everyone. Now he's angry. He's been enabled. Chaos will execute now, okay? Everybody be ready for Chaos, okay? This guy is an absolute beast, okay? Trust.
He's
not even that bad.
0-1 buff. He's been enabled. You better watch out. Citron, though, is starting to get a little bit aggressive, right? Looking to try and farm through the camps of SnapX, who is on the top side, so we'll be losing out on this one. And Lofty with the robe timer, able to give a bit of support to the Gwen. And I will say, like, there is a lot of map control that can be handled with this Tristana, right? A lot of a push potential. And Citron, I want to see really utilize that when it comes to those objectives.
Yeah, once again, heavy scaling 80 carry for Paragon, this time Kog'Maw. We saw the devastation of Jinx in the first game. They know how to play this. Last has been the player that's been looking really, really good throughout this entire semifinals. So we need to keep an extra eye on him to see what he can do here. Chaos is not level 6. Now he is.
Level 6, now he is. This could be a big win for him right now. All Out is available. Does block again the Ornn, and this should be a solo bolo, but Chaos almost getting it, but misses. And now the flash away from Refresh keeps himself alive. Refresh playing it so well, as we are going to see the dragon picked up by Bloodline, but it is going to be Chaos that has to walk away once again, unless he has something that can dish out a little bit more than the Ornn. Really nice play, really nice all out, but at the end of the day, Refresh coming out on top, and again, a little bit of maybe a sign of worry coming in from Bloodline that they're not able to get these solo lanes super far ahead, and even now, Lofty might be in a bit of trouble here. Dash forward his team at topper, but actually the tower shot might have made it all change. Lofty stepping up. Not enough damage though. The flash buster shots. Not going to get the kill.
I mean, it was a perfect slow from the rocket jump as he went into tower range. That made it so difficult for Timo Topper to play that situation. But in the end, flash for flash, nobody gets killed.
Carly just happy, right? Like, perfect execution is up. Becomes a little bit more terrifying. Buster shot is down. So definitely a lot more kill threat onto Lofty if they can find a successful dive on top of him. As Citron keeping up with this objective play, right? Done the dragon, now moved up to the top side, has the support of Sandira as well, and Lofty should be able to claim this. And right now, Bloodline are doing exactly what we wanted to see from them in game one. Taking all of the objectives, putting the pressure on to Paragon.
I mean, they're getting closer and closer every game, but this is the last game they have to try to get into this series. Like, if they lose here, they're out. So it's a good sign that Sitkun is getting double neutral objective. It gives a signal to the team, okay, we're ready to fight. We're doing good this game. Let's just keep this going, keep the tempo, and potentially take home this game.
Gold still ever so slightly in Paragon's favor. So one to keep an eye on. But as we said, what we've seen in these series is that it's been swapped over so easily, right? One fight here changes all of the hands of the gold. So Bloodline Paragon really stepping up in a close duel. But last, able to get a bit of a lead here in the bot lane and starting to put a bit of pressure. And I gotta say, like, Lona was able to have a lead in that second game, wasn't able to really use it.
Yeah, Lona needs to get into the series. Been struggling a bit, been banned out. His main is Smolder, and he's not been allowed to play it a single time. The only time he was allowed to pick it was in game one, because Smolder was banned in the second ban phase. Could potentially have picked it as first, second, or third pick. But after that, a lot of respect coming out from Paragon, even though they haven't really met Smolder themselves when Lona has played it.
Pressure. Slow. I feel like it's slowly building. I'm not really sure. I feel like the game is quite slow. Like we've had very slow early games in general. I think that the Gwen this time though is able to start to put the pressure on a little bit, and I am liking that. I'm respecting that a lot from Bloodline. Well, needs to be careful because you don't want to be getting dragged under tower as bot lane. There is a whole play going on though. Viego going to be getting there. It's a 3 versus 3. Citron joining the fight as well. But at the moment, it's Bloodline that are in the lead. As Citron able to just burst damage down, but not able to get the kill. Pressure is pushed. Bloodline able to respond to Paragon's early play, but no blood is lost. And again, Paragon will keep that lead.
I mean, good initial play here from Sando and Lana. They set it up perfectly. Then Sitkun can come in, but flash available makes it easy for them to get out. Let's take a look at that again. I mean, Paragon so confident because they know Snepix is here, but the same thing goes on in the head of Bloodline as Sitkun walks down. Then it's just a perfect ultimate that just spreads around the lane. And in the end, everybody's really, really low, but nobody falls.
Need to work ever so slightly further down there. Would have maybe got the kill, but it is not going to be. But again, pressure gained for the side of Bloodline, and that does mean that Citron will have priority over that dragon. If they can get another dragon and then set up for the Grubs once again, they're putting themselves in a really strong position. Way further ahead than any game that we've seen so far, as Team Atope are actually going to go straight into the waking arms of Citron. I think does have the ability to get out of here with the perfect execution. But pressure being applied everywhere on the map by Citron.
I mean, I think he heard me from game one. I was like, Sitkun, you need to wake up. You need to wake up. Game two, I also think he had to wake up. And now all of a sudden, he's all over the map. And I think that will make it a lot easier for the laners in Bloodline to execute whatever they want to do. They are behind 1,000 gold, though. But right now, I just feel like they have better momentum. They feel like more comfortable on the map. And they just need to keep this rolling. Paragon, though, they need to enable Snepix. Snepix needs to step up on the map. Lost double neutral objectives on the map and still have only been able to execute one member on the map. Like, one kill. How is that even possible? They've ganked like a billion times.
Hey, calculated. That's what people say, you know? It was close, but it wasn't enough. Paragon that one step ahead, you know? They're playing mind games. As Bloodline starting to set up around this dragon. I like this from Bloodline. I like that they're playing aggressive here because Paragon, they're looking to potentially contest this, but I don't know if they have the power to. Both top laners have TP, and we are going to get the first one coming in. That is going to be Refresh taking the incentive And that will be Paragon forcing away Bloodline from the objective. So all of the power, all of the early potential was had, but it's been taken away and snuffed.
I actually think that was calculated. It felt like they wanted that to happen because as soon as they saw the teleport, they didn't invest Chaos because they didn't want to take the fight. So I think Chaos got a free plate and they gave away a Cloud Drake.
Oh, Chaos Zone now potentially looking for a kill here. Snepex gonna just be able to avoid that and now go straight onto Grubs. And Bloodline, they had the control for the first 8 minutes, but it's starting to crumble slowly but surely in front of their eyes as we do potentially pan over to mid. Tristana, I think, jumping on top of the Ornn. If Snipex can get one more grub here, they stop any sort of advantage being gained from Bloodline, but it actually might be even worse. As here comes the Ornn. Gwen, though, gonna be able to buy a bit of time. We'll be able to snuff that one out as now Heartbreaker to get themselves away. We are going to see the first kill. Refresh picks it up, but Lofty able to equal back. Team at top and now going aggressive, trying to get onto Citron. Perfect execution, just not enough damage. And Bloodline will be able to walk away 1 for 1 with Lofty picking up a kill.
I mean, like you said, they need to pick out yet another one in Paragon if they want to stop them from getting those 4 grubbies and spawning Voidlings on the turrets. And I guess Bloodline, they succeeded in that, as Citroen now is picking up the last 2 ones.
Oh, don't speak too soon, though. Demon Topper is making their way back. Citron is trying to finish off this one. Will get 1, but needs the last to make sure that they can get 5. TP going to be utilized from Lofty. Will bring a little bit of pressure back to the mid lane, but again, Paragon stepping up and matching the pressure, forcing Bloodline into difficult decisions.
I mean, you only need 4 today, so I mean, Citroen coming up clutch.
You need 5. You need 5 to spawn.
No, it's just 4 now.
What? No. 4 is not spawn. 4 is just damage.
I think they decreased it to 4. I might be wrong,
okay.
But I
we'll get checked from production. But either way,
yeah,
we'll see how that one goes. Okay, it is 4 apparently. All right, there you go. The more you know.
Swedish knowledge. No, I'm just kidding, bro.
Wait, are we on? We're not even. But we're on old patch. Anyway, let's get back into this. We can talk about this all the time. Who cares? We'll see if they spawn a little bit later. Right now, Paragon back in the game. Potentially Bloodline got the grubs. We'll find out sooner or later, as we are going to see now a nice roam from Sandir here. Trying to get in, but Team Topper, again, just that one step a little bit too quick. And able to keep themselves held out. And we are seeing a bit of pressure put on top side here. Refresh is going to be under threat. Chaos just trying to smash down this tower. And now getting a little bit aggressive. Here is the ultimates dropped. And Bloodline make a play.
I mean, this is beautiful. Gets a kill top lane, goes for the Herald. I'm tearing up a little bit. Bloodline finally decides to join the series. And all of a sudden they realize, oh yeah, we're pretty good at League of Legends.
There's a long way to go, honestly, but there's a lot of game left to go. It is definitely not over. First tower, though, does go over to Bloodline. So the first time we've said that in this series. They are now starting to rotate members down to the bot side. There was a pressure applied from Paragon, but not going to be able to crush open any of these turrets.
Yeah, potentially last game of the season or the tournament for Bloodline if they would lose here. And it's the hardest game to play for Paragon as well. Closing a series out is never easy. So I would give the mental advantage right now to Bloodline, and they are looking very, very confident. They know that they have to win this. Paragon doesn't have to win this. They just need to win 1 out of the next 3 potential games, which makes them a little bit more relaxed. I mean, automatically. So Bloodline looking really good now. Citroen, I would say, is the biggest improvement in Bloodline in this game, as he's moving around the map beautifully. And now he has 4 grubs and got the first Drake.
Oh, and maybe even a kill as well. Refresh having to flash and dash away. The long lane stay as well, not giving them any favors. Nowhere to hide if the Gwen does try and chase you down. Next dragon going to be spawning, though, in 38 seconds. And I feel like Paragon are feeling themselves a little bit. They are ready to fight for this one. It is going to be Chemtech again, so not going to be getting the most incredible soul in the world. But at the moment, Bloodline are starting to open up, right? There are K ahead. They have managed to get a little bit of gold onto a few players. If we can have a look at the solo gold of these players to see where the gold is leading, I believe we should be expecting it on the Gwen.
Yeah, Investing this gold into Lana. Want to open up mid. Lofty will be here as well. Maybe they can even get a double dash, considering how many members they actually invested in mid lane.
Ooh, Chaos there on the flank as well. Manages to get the pick onto Snepex. And Bloodline, a whole different team coming into game 3, putting the pressure down. Double charge, double tower, maybe even a triple charge if they can. Here comes the Cassandre charging in. And Bloodline, they're looking to end this one pretty quick. It's not going to be a third charge though, and Chaos will be popped out. But a trade for 1 tower on the bot side. Bloodline are making moves.
I love the fresh smell of IKEA furniture in the morning, meatballs. Oh, it's amazing, man.
Well, there's a little bit more coming your way as well. Lofty going to get aggressive, pushes back the Kog'Maw, and that is going to be a quick kill. Bloodline surging forward, another fight win for themselves, and Bloodline are making waves in game number 3.
What did I say, man? Like, such an easy prediction.
They might get another one. Team Top is in trouble here. Sander though going low. Team Top are going to go in, sends it all the way, and actually Paragon are going to send themselves forward. Lana going to go down finally. It's a 2-for-1 so far, but Chaos trying to equalize it up. Team Top staying alive will fall down to Citron, and it looked good for Paragon for a moment, but Bloodline hold strong. They punish Paragon once again, and they keep their lead.
I suddenly feel the urge to sing the Swedish national anthem, and I don't know why. But, I mean, they're clutching this out. Bloodline is looking fresh. Fresher than refresh. Citroen is so good this game. It's absolutely insane how good they are turning out here. And, I mean, they are not falling under pressure. Let's take a look at this fight once again. After sieging 2 turrets in mid lane, using Herald, going for a 3rd dash, they think they're going to reset. But little did they know, Bloodline is absolutely crazy. They have no idea how to back off, and last steps up a little bit too much. They sacrifice Lofty, but they get an easy pick here on Refresh. Lana with the tank destroying abilities takes it down. And then you imagine that he will get picked off guard. Citroen just sidestepping Imatopper, and Lana with the easy prediction makes a lot of damage. Then it's a bit of a scrap. They do a lot of resistance in Paragon, trying to take them down as fast as possible, but leaving both Citroen and Chaos alive makes it another 2 kills for the Swedes.
And now we get to see how Bloodline play from being ahead, although we have a pause. So we're not going to see it just yet. We're going to have to wait a little bit, hopefully not too long. And Bloodline now ahead, right? The first time that we've seen it properly, right? They are up 3k gold, closing out the game. Right? Are they just a fight till the end kind of team, or are we going to see a lot of clinicality coming out from the Swedish side?
I think it's going to be more clinicality, because I think they're going to put Chaos in top lane, and then they're going to place Lofty on mid lane, and then they're just going to split them up and do a lot of damage to the turrets. Because they have 4 grubs, it's going to be easy for them to push. They have to send at least 2 people to kill both Lofty and Chaos. They're really, really strong right now. Lofty with the enormous pressure to push. And I just think it's going to be really difficult for them. Paragon needs to find ways to get back into the game now, and the pushing power is very strong for Bloodlines. So looking for some picks, potentially some deep vision, some flanks. They need to start looking for the same thing Bloodline had to do in previous games.
Yeah, it's definitely looking a lot stronger for them. I think that some of the champion changes have been big. Putting Citron on a carry, I think it's been the biggest change. I feel like he's looked really strong, been really proactive, able to get a lot on the map. I think also Lofty being with a bit more agency of the early game, a little bit more kill threat themselves on the Tristana. I like it a lot. They've been making it happen, and finally, a team is not allowing Paragon just to scale. They are starting to take the game to them. So I think there's still a lot of game to be played. I don't think this game is being closed out in the next 5 minutes at least. So still a couple of moments where Paragon could come back into it, but Bloodline looking like a completely different team and looking very, very strong in game 3.
No, I think it's over. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's over. Yeah, I mean, we're going to game 4. I mean, come on, guys, let's be serious here. I mean, Bloodline is not gonna get 3-0. That would be a disaster for the Swedes. We wouldn't be able to come back to the RPS next split, because that would be way too embarrassing. So I mean, of course, Bloodline will win. Going back into the game now. I hope the Swedes heard me all the way to wherever in Sweden they are.
Okay. Okay. We'll see. We'll see about that. We'll see how this one keeps going on. As obviously, There's still a little game left, man. I'm telling you, it's not ending in just the next 5 minutes. I think there's going to be quite a few team fights. Unless Bloodline can get a big team fight and take the Baron, I think we're not going to be ending just yet. But if you are going to hope for them in any game, this is the one to do it.
I mean, they have to close it out. Like we said, this is best of 5. If Paragon secures this game, they go to the NLC Division 2. And they move on to the finals where they will face off against either Lazy in Life or Bitfix Gaming. So Bloodline, right now, they have momentum. They just need to keep it up and take this to game 4. Just need to keep that focus up, keep doing what you're doing. And I think they're really going to struggle to get back into the game in Paragon.
Yeah, talking about getting into the game, Lost really been kept out of it, right? Has been not necessarily ganked or killed, just really far behind at the moment and not able to get any kills, not able to get any leverage in these team fights. And obviously the Kog'Maw scales really well. But if you don't get to the 3-item mark, it feels like it'll be a little bit lackluster, as we are going to see the Ornn popping up Sander. And although low, not going to go down just yet, will finally be picked up, and Last getting a kill and an opening has been shown for Paragon here.
Yeah, once again, it feels like they decided to do that. Chaos taking the turret first, now teleporting in from the side.
Flank is there. Chaos starting to move over, looking for the targets. Refresh holding the line. No Ornhorn here, so no long range engage. But here's Team Topper onto the backline. Lofty in trouble here. Luna going to be jumped on and immediately removed. Lofty still alive though, and we have to look at Citron, the carry, the potential win condition, but it's going to go down. And now Chaos stepping forward, but is not able to find the kill just yet. But goes massive, almost gets it, but will not. And Paragon once again reigns supreme.
I mean, that's a really good play from Paragon, but it's okay, guys, it's fine, because they killed the carries, they couldn't take Baron, they stopped the Baron play because of what happened in the early stages of the fight. Sando gets caught off guard. He is not prepared for this, tries to hook out, Citron cannot help him, Lofty cannot help him. At this time, we still have Chaos in bot lane shoving up a turret. But they decide to go for the Baron. He has to teleport. He has to get in on a flank. But he cannot get to the carries. Because the carries, they will just go deeper and deeper into the pit. And then Tima Topper will start to harass the backliners. Look at this. Coming in from the flank, right in a Lofty. Making it so easy for the other members to play. Lerna cannot do damage. Lofty cannot do damage. Great work from the Akali. But in the end of the fight, they managed to pick up some kills anyway. Last gets picked up by Chaos and Lofty. Lofty cannot stay alive, and Chaos cannot either. But Damage Dealers gets taken down, and Baron is still up.
Baron is still up. It's been started by Paragon, but they're not going to commit to it just yet. Another kill is secured by Team Topper. Lorna is out of the fight. The Varus is gone. The ultimate not available, and now we see Paragon once again feeling comfortable. Refresh though, going to be caught out here. We'll be able to buy a little bit of time. Dashes away, just giving space for the team. And here comes the Ornhorn, going to get the knock up and holds on to this fight. Bloodline now going aggressive. They're looking for the kill onto StepX. Can they find it? Citron going deep, but the flash away will buy a bit of space. Team Topper now over the wall, looking for Lofty, but caught in a little bit of a difficult situation here as Bloodline, they play the long game and they manage to survive.
Yeah, now they have to reset in Paragon, and Dragon is spawning in 5 seconds, so I think Bloodline will just rotate for this and be happy with the dances around Baron for now.
The replay on the top side there was close with perfect execution, just able to get that kill. It's always tough to get away from Nakali, and Dragon, as you said, is going to be picked up by Bloodline. That will be 3. They're now on Soul Point. 1 away. Paragon might be feeling that pressure around the Dragon. And we have to say, even though the fight went the way of Paragon, Bloodline still in the lead, still controlling the objectives on the map, and still the ones applying pressure.
I mean, the big problem right now is Tima Topper. That Akali is doing work in the backline. They need to somehow stop that. I think Sando needs to stay behind, just stay with his carries, try to zone out as much as possible. Akali will struggle if you get off your ultimate, because you know exactly where the Akali is when the last knock-up hits. Then Lerna can just follow up with his ultimate, and they can execute early, and then they can go in, start getting resets, start getting kills, start doing work. But as long as Tima Topper can do whatever he wants, they're gonna struggle in Bloodline.
Bloodline starting to set up around the Baron. I would love to see the vision that Paragon have, because I don't think they have much. They are going to be walking in completely blind. TP is not available with Team Topper just yet, so Refresh needs to really keep themselves careful. The Snepex able to just get a little bit of vision, see that blue buff going down, not going to be able to take, although does take it, steals it away with the smite. But
again, then they will go for Baron. He doesn't have smite.
Open up Baron, as you said, yeah, no smite. And look at Chaos on the flank as well, going to be able to catch out the ADC here. This is a nightmare for Paragon because goodbye to last being taken away. The all-out has come through and they can't necessarily get back into this. We are going to see Change of Corruption go slightly wide, doesn't catch out Snepex, but will be able to buy a bit of space. Bloodline, again, Team Top, as you said, the one they have to watch out for.
I mean, they're low now. They can't really go back in, but the pick on last is huge for Bloodline. If they are able to find some kind of pick, they want to reset here now. But if they wanted to go for an additional pick there, they could have. And then could have gone for a Baron. But right now, settle for that kill. And just keep everything rolling. Perfect pick from Chaos.
Baron dancing, the name of the last two games, it feels like. Last time, it was Paragon that kept coming out on top. Can they do it again? It is Chaos that is able to do so much damage onto Team Doppler, but Team Doppler gets away, manages to get the kill and gets out, but maybe not for long. Citron now joining into this fight could potentially change everything. And Paragon sensed that and will walk away.
Right now, Timo Topper is a one-man army for Paragon, doing a lot of work. 6 kills out of those 12. They've been able to secure 50%. That's one strong Akali. They're starting up Baron now, and they're trying, but I don't think they have the damage to take it unless Snepex wants to join.
They're doing it slowly but surely. They are making it happen, but Bloodline have a bit of time to get themselves in position here, right? Ornhorn not available just yet, but the entry to this Baron is very, very tricky. Chaos obviously did a massive win when he was able to pick off last, but we are going to say all 5 members are up. If Bloodline can keep buying time, there is a world where they get Lana into this fight, but the Ornhorn going to come through, not going to give them that time. Heartbreaker into the middle of the fight, but goes down. Snepex already deleted. Bloodline can start walking away, but in goes the Akali. Stasis buys a little bit of time. Paragon moving forward, but they will not get themselves in range. Team Topper falls down, and Bloodline take the fight, and surely the Baron.
Amazing, the patience from the Swedes, waiting, just waiting, and Snepex, he has to do something, doesn't want to go for the 50-50 smite. We see Citroen standing on the blasting cone, just waiting for them to make a mistake, goes over the wall, quick kill on Snepex. Timo Topper doesn't read the room, goes back in, gets picked up as well. Baron power play goes to Bloodline. Let's take a look at it again. Look at the patience. Citroen standing on that blasting cone, waiting for the last second. Snepex thinks he is safe to go in, gets instant executed. And this, Timo Topper thinks he can execute Sander immediately, gets hooked mid-air, and not even his team can go in and save him as he goes into Sonya's hourglass. A great play for the Swedes. And now Baron power play active.
The Veil able to hold out so much damage onto the Gwen there. Really nice play from Citron there. Absolute MVP at the moment for me. Playing miraculously, really holding a Bloodline in it. Dragon going to be spawning up in 30 seconds. I feel like this is one that Paragon should just give over, to be honest. I feel like the Soul Condition, yeah, it's nice, I guess, but it's not the worst one to lose. And losing a team fight here could mean the end of the game.
They're using Citroen as a little bit of a bait here.
Vision not in the favor of Paragon either, so walking up to this is tough. Refresh, I guess, yeah, tanky definitely can do it, but Chaos was looking for one of the carries, isn't going to be able to find it, and will have to walk away. A lot of damage being done. Snepex is actually the one that gets caught out here, jumped on by Lofty. Will be able to buy a little bit more time as does walk away, but no Heartbreaker, not unless he can get a reset. Big win for Bloodline, and I feel like Paragon just need to leave it, but they are so interested in trying to take this one. The smash in, there's the steal, but for what cost? Big knock up in the middle of the fight, but can it be followed up with a lot of damage? Where's Team Topper? That's who you got to look out for. Citron is moving through all members of Paragon, and they get the Akali stasis, but for what cost? You're dead, you're gone, and Bloodline pick up another win.
Amazing once again from Bloodline. You lose Dragon, that's fine. Just like you said, this Dragon doesn't really matter. They don't need this Dragon, but somehow they decide in Paragon that this is crucial for the game. Goes in, loses the fight, and now they will try to push this out from the side of the Swedes.
Oh, Citron is just so dangerous. Kills off the Kog'Maw immediately, chases down Mozza. Lofty finds the kill. Yes, they lose Sandair, but they don't care. They're moving forward into game 4. Lofty will be able to take this one down. Tower 1 falls. Tower 2 close behind. Snepex has to watch as the Nexus crumbles, and we have a series.
I wasn't even worried, bro. Like, so easy. Oh,
Where did you get the flag from?
what flag? What flag? What flag?
I'm
do you
now
mean?
convinced that you just permanently have that on your person. You know, like you fold it up really well and it's just in your pocket, and anytime you're like, yeah, let's go. Like,
I mean, it's just bloodline all the way. It's too easy. Like I said, they're building up hopes, they're building up dreams. They want people to have something to look forward to in life. So people in UK like, oh, Paragon, so good. But in the end, I mean, it's just Sweden all the way.
well, we'll see. We're going to be going to game 4. I predicted 3-1. So my prediction is still on. It could be all over. It could be the win, but we're going to go to a break. We're going to let you guys cool down because when we come back, it's definitely heating up. And we are back again. The flag is out. Sleeper is finally awake. And so are his team. Bloodline popping off in that last game, I have to say. Very strong. Still a couple of moments that were a little bit shaky. So I do feel like we are definitely in for a potentially very close fourth game. But Paragon have decided to go blue side again. Now, you are very excited. Talk your talk. This is your time. This is the first time you guys are actually doing well.
I mean, I'm convinced we got this now because when Bloodline is ahead, they get momentum. We saw that in the game. It should be the same for the series. So now we're ahead. Let's get some momentum. Let's get this, like, keep it going. I'm convinced we go to game 5. But I'll be honest, in game 5, I have no idea who wins. I have no idea. But I'm convinced we go to game 5 because it's just not in the dictionary that, or like in the future, that Bloodline goes swept like 3-1. They go to game 5. Maybe they get eliminated in game 5. I can't say, but they will not go out now. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. We'll see. I still am going to stick with my prediction of 3-1. I think that I'm not going to back down on it. Like, I feel like I said it from the start. I'm going to keep it exactly how it is. But Paragon sticking to the bans. They're not going to ban with the Tristana, which I am interested about because it looked so good from Lofty. So
they didn't ban the Gwen either.
They said we don't care.
Not
We don't
Cassante
care.
either.
We don't care.
And they just go for the exact same bans and first pick.
They don't care.
They don't care. Yeah,
They don't care.
I got that. Yeah.
They said you're not doing it twice.
One more time.
Yeah.
One more time. Let's do it again.
Yeah.
Let's do it again.
Yeah.
Same champs. There we go. Thank you.
Yeah.
GG, well played. Du gamla, du fria, du fjäll. We're already won. We're already in game 5, everybody. Hey, hi, everybody. Welcome back to the NLC RPS Summer Split. We're now going into game 5. Silver Stripes has been played, and Bloodline is about to go to the finals. Yeah.
I'm surprised. I don't really want to sort you running back, I'll be honest. Like, I don't want to see the full run back. Like, if
it's a
the
run
full
back.
run back.
There we go.
This is not it. I'll be honest. This is not what we wanted to see.
Can we get a Kog'Maw? Can we lock in a Kog'Maw on Paragon?
I don't want the
guys.
Kog'Maw.
Guys,
Lock
can we
Ash.
give me the Kog'Maw, please? Yeah, you're working on it. Okay, got it. Okay, here we go.
It better not be a Kog'Maw. I'm gonna be mad about it. I'll be honest. The
Knock,
Kog'Maw
knock.
would not be it. Kog'Maw would not be it.
Knock,
The
knock.
Viego, the Ornn.
Knock, knock.
Man.
Knock,
no.
knock. Who's there? It's Kog'Maw. It's
Why have they done this?
knock, knock.
Production, tell me that we're just getting a replay. Tell me this is just a replay.
They go in again.
Someone tell me it's a replay, and that we're not actually watching the same draft. Because we are seeing literally the exact same draft. The Brom ban, now the Ash ban, maybe.
Yeah. They're gonna.
Surely not. Surely not. If they ban Ash and Renata, and then decide to lock in the Akali.
Oh, they actually banned Cassante.
Okay, here we go. Not an actual replay. All right,
They're evolving. Kinda...
Yeah, Lulu ban though coming out from Bloodline, of course.
Yeah. But I still think they're gonna send the top lane. Like there are still really good picks for.
Ooh.
Oh, I like this.
Giving Lulu, but taking away the Akali. Okay, fair enough. Putting Team Topper on something maybe less comfortable. Ooh, and no Nautilus.
Nautilus as well. Well, they're
Okay,
just.
so it's some adaptation that we both like, actually.
Exactly.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'll take that.
I am wondering now if Bloodline actually open up to the potential. Like, do Bloodline lane swap? Are they interested in it at all?
Oh, I haven't seen them do it, but then again, it wasn't meta when we played the original season or the ground season of Swedish Arena League. We had a pretty long break now in Division 1 because we did playoffs in all the other divisions. So I haven't seen Bloodline do lane swaps.
Because all I'm saying is that they're drafting a comp that works for it. So if they do lock in, maybe not the Sign again, because we saw how that went, but like maybe something of that caliber, maybe a Zac, maybe a Malphite, something that just needs to survive.
I think Olaf.
It's very much on the cards.
I think Olaf. If he picks Renata, it's Olaf. Go Olaf. Do it, Chaos. Do it. Just do it. Or it's Gwen top this time around. Honestly, it could be.
They've had their options. They can leave it open. They can go for it. I like the Gwen. I think the Gwen was a really good adaptation into the Ornn generally. I think obviously Gwen top would be amazing, but I think that Gwen, just with the Shroud, able to just avoid a lot of the CC.
Okay.
Camille, the OG classic pick into Ornn.
Yeah. I mean, all aggressive champs works on Chaos. Of course, he has his best and worst champions, and I would say Camille is top, but not top. It's above average, so to say. But I mean, Chaos is just a good player. If he decides to win, he wins. If he decides to troll, he trolls. I mean, the guy is like 15 years old, I think. So...
All I'm saying is the engage options of Bloodline are a little bit limited.
Nah, just throw Varus ultis and Ashe ultis across the map.
Yeah, that's not the most reliable. I'll be honest. Like,
No, they have the pick potential with Camille ulti. They have Varus ulti and Ashe ulti, but a straight up 5v5 front to back will not work because refresh will just tank all the ultimates, and they will really struggle here.
They will
so
cry.
I understand what you're saying, but I think they decided to go for a little bit more of a early game. They want to make this as difficult as possible, and but
yeah,
I would say it's easier to execute Paragon's comp, but if Bloodline decides to play good, they win.
Yeah, it feels like they went for a more decisive victory. You know, I feel like last game was pretty decisive, but it wasn't all the way winning. Whereas this game, it's like, okay, we win every single lane. We want to just punish from the get-go, get really far ahead, take the game over, and then just end it, right? But is that maybe playing into Paragon's hands, right? Obviously, Bloodline, they got ahead last time, but can they do it again, right? So far, they're 1 for 2 in terms of getting ahead of Paragon, and they're 2 for 1 in scoreline down. So it is matching. They have wanted to go for this gameplay. Obviously, yes, last game, I will say they really turned up. I think that the picks very much go in their favor. I like the run back for them. Not as big a fan of the run back from Paragon, but you know what? Sometimes you just need a game to practice it, and then you play the real game.
I mean, anything is possible. Both these teams have showed up today. They're playing really, really well. I think all the games have been decided in picks and bans, and so far it's been more favorable for Paragon.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, this game is not being decided in picks and bans, Salipa. This game is being decided in level 1. Okay,
Yeah.
We're gonna flip the game. We're gonna have a 5v5. Whoever wins, GG, 3-1 or 2-2. Right here, right now. Okay, here we go.
What am I?
Here
This is
we
like
go.
yin and yang. They're moving like a mirror. They're mirroring each other. It's wait. Bloodline will be first in the bush. They will be last.
No.
Yes!
No, Last is gonna get caught here. Paragon are in trouble. Bloodline with the first blood immediately. We've seen it happen before, though. Lorna being a first blood doesn't necessarily mean win one game. Oh, but Paragon trying to avoid getting caught out here. Still playing aggressively. What is happening here, man? Like,
Yeah, Chaos is gonna stay. So this is good. Sando as well.
they should be able to get this. Team Topper is dead. He's dead. He's gone. However, we are seeing the lane swap. Paragon have managed to get themselves a lane swap. Whether that's going to help them, I don't know, because they just gave 2 free kills to Bloodline.
Yeah, Lofty managed to get XP from all 6 minions, whilst the Timatopper already lost XP on one of them. Chaos now being a little bit annoying.
But it has to be. Like, I feel like right now, like, Chaos is in a tough spot, right? If they can't get the Camille into a good matchup, then Camille is going to really, really suffer in the lane swap. And I do like that we've managed to get this from Paragon. Obviously, it wasn't necessarily the most expected, right? I think that the 5v5... I don't know what the hell we watched there for a second there, Sleeper. But now we do have the lane swap. Chaos, how can they make this work, right? Because Camille obviously are very, very dangerous if they can get ahead. Can be a nightmare for any ADC. But Refresh, I feel like in a better position in terms of champion in the lane swap.
I mean, they should just be happy right now. They got the kills on the right members. Both Lofty and Lana got the kills. So I think it's fine. in worst case, Chaos just buys Sonya's Hourglass and Guardian's Angel and just ults people and tries to stay alive to zone them in. It'll just be a walking box.
Now I will say to you, before you get too happy, when they played Kog'Maw in the lane swap before, they did lose a load of kills. They were 0-6 down at like, I think something like 5 or 6 minutes. We thought the game was over, and then they did win it. So with Paragon, you can never count your chickens before they hatch.
They're gonna tower dive on both sides of the map now.
Yeah, Refresh is going to go down. Very nicely played. Well positioned as Snepek is actually going to be getting caught out here by Chaos and Citron. This could be absolutely devastating if Paragon don't manage to pull this one off. But Mozza going to have to flash away. And Lofty already on the rotation as well. They aren't going to necessarily be able to get this kill. Chaos flashing away. Buys a bit more time. The last auto not going to connect. And Lofty now joining the fray. Not going to be able to get any sort of blood from the side of Paragon. But they managed to keep everyone alive.
I mean, I just think right now Bloodline is in the zone. Well, whatever they touch turns into gold. They did just execute perfectly in bot lane. Lana and Sando, now they're gonna swap up to top lane. Chaos is gonna go down to bot. Lofty rotates up to top lane because he has a good wave. Tima Topper cannot join, cannot do anything about that situation. And now Lofty will catch that entire huge wave and be behind absolutely nothing.
Oh, and Tima Topper in major trouble here. The jump forward, the flash was used, but the flash is followed. Wow. And Lofty with the solo kill in the mid lane. Bloodline, hey, you know what? They're looking good in game 4.
How are you feeling, bro?
Not the best, not the best. But you know what? Paragon, they never make it easy for a support, you know? So, I feel like this is like a UK classic. I feel like you can't be a UK team and not make every game theatrical as possible. Like football, League of Legends, like anything we play is never straightforward.
I mean, I'm hyped for the Silver Scrapes right now. So Bloodline trying to take us there. The gold lead right now, 1.5k. I mean, it's not devastating, but if they can keep this rolling and keep it difficult for Paragon, I mean, they will struggle. They need a lot of resources, both on Kog'Maw, Azir, and on Viego. So not getting any kills is
I think the direct number isn't devastating, but the fact that Lofty is 2-0 is. Because this Tristana is dangerous, has already solo killed Tima Topper. Tima Topper now with no flash in a way more dangerous situation. And for me, Lofty, major danger player.
Yeah. I mean, they're just going to try to zone out Tima Topper as much as possible. I think they noticed that he's the player that they have to look out for today. I think he's been playing really, really well. I think he's the best player for them to play around if Paragon wants to win this. And that's why it's so devastating that Lofty got resources early.
Oh, Snepek's just absolutely walking past Citron, doesn't even see them there, but fighting in the top side is now going to lead to a potential kill, and Last is going to come back. Bailout works out, and it's 2 kills to Paragon. They're not done just yet.
And that Renata passive coming out clutch. Last is going down, but someone stays alive.
Top in trouble. Gonna dash away. Citron always just that one step ahead, like just a lurker in the shadows, a thorn in the side of Paragon on this win.
I mean, they need vision here if they want to contest, but it looks like they're gonna do it anyway. Citron's gonna secure this. Dragon is up. Snepix will reset and go for it. Maybe Citron can contest double neutrals once again like he did last game.
And you know what? It works. Like, why not? I think they should send all for it. Like, I think that realistically, it's what worked for them really, really well in that first game that they won, right in game 3. And trying to do that again will definitely put the pressure onto Paragon. I feel like this is a sad situation for Bloodline, right? They were really winning this 2v2, but the rotation's just for Paragon.
I mean, Sando saw that his Halo Blaze was up again. He wanted to walk forward and trade. I think they disrespect the Renata a little bit here. They forget what the Renata is all about. They get last, yeah, but eventually they will fall and he will stay alive. And also this time around, it's Tima Topper who's first to be present in top lane, not Lofty.
Now we go to the Dragon as well. So Paragon not going to just allow Bloodline to get all of the objectives. We'll be able to pick up the Dragon for themselves. However, the Grubs are going to be going the way of the Swedish side. As we do see a little bit of power given back to Last in this game. Obviously, the big name in games 1 and 2 for Paragon. So I think a lot of pressure being donated over to them is definitely the right way to play.
Yeah, Lofty is the one to create stuff right now on the map. He should be able to just shove out waves, make it difficult for Timato PR. Can I just call him Timato PR? Every time I say his name, it's like I get stuck because I think his name is Timato PR. Okay, fine. Timo Topper. Just tone him out.
You can call him Timo though.
Timo?
Timo.
I call him Tomato.
Oh my days. Right now though, bot lane is having a good time though. It might be you that looks like a tomato because you might be getting a little bit red. Because at the moment, Paragon is starting to surge forward. Last is able to just drop so much damage onto Sandir. Flash will get them away from the last living artillery. But the pressure from the Cogmore is there as we now see Lofty getting pushed towards that tower. Team Topper able to glide themselves out and survives the dive.
Yeah, right now I think the bot lane from Paragon is really delivering. Creative, standing in the bush. They're waiting for the right moment to strike. Goes in on Lana, picks him out. They want to turn on Renata in that fight, but Masa goes into the bush, and then, I mean, they just have to go for last, and he picks up an easy kill.
And Refresh, comfortable on the Ornn, able to play into this matchup, hasn't been going down. A Citron now gracing their presence with top lane. It's just going to force a little bit more pressure to the Camille.
I think Chaos has been, like both top laners have been a little bit invisible this game because of the swap. They didn't get the best impact from that. But right now, Paragon's bot lane looking a little bit stronger than Bloodline.
Yeah, to be honest, from the swap, it almost feels like in the... Oh, hold on 1 second, as we are going to get the knock-up. Chaos going to be able to get out, though. A nice, easy maneuver for the Camille. But one thing we didn't really talk about is, I guess, in terms of who gained strength and who lost power from the lane swap in general, I think that obviously Last definitely got very strong. The bot lane did manage to pick up a few kills for Bloodline, but it was actually really Lofty that's the only one that's benefited too much because Chaos losing out on levels, losing out on tempo here is quite far behind Refresh, so can't take advantage of the 1v1.
And now they want to zone out Chaos even more. As Snapix is gonna teleport in this bush, but we'll probably cancel that as Chaos is now passing by.
Oh, before members bot, although Lofty having to use the jump already, this could be crucial. Last though, just buying time, the bailout already used. Moza trying to just assist, but the TP is going to come through. Arrow does land, but can't be followed up with anything. And Bloodline maybe just not having the patience that they need here, as now it's actually going to be 5 members coming in. Paragon though not able to get the sweep off, no knock up either from Refresh, and it's all going wrong. No one's able to connect. Ooh, snipe.
I mean, it was a nice attempt from them. They did piercing arrow together with crystal arrow. Oh no!
Oh, sold a dream. Sold a dream.
What was that? What was that? Come on, man. You knew that was gonna happen.
He believed.
I mean, even if he got the kill, Renata could just like make herself tick.
Yeah, it's tough to see. Calculated, as I said earlier.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say about that, but right now we're in a state where Dragon went to Paragon and 3 grubs to Bloodline, and now Snapix wants to secure his 3 so that they don't have the same pressure from the Tristana damage on towers as they had last game. Last game, Sitskun was able to secure 4. This time, I think they will have to settle for 3.
Yeah, and it was actually quite a big part to play in the last game, right? The fights around the grubs, able to give a little bit more pressure to Bloodline, able to build up their confidence once again. This time, Paragon keeping the game super steady, very, very close at hand. And like I said, if they can't get those picks later on in the game, there is a little bit of concern in my mind if you're a Bloodline fan, because they don't have that standard engage they would maybe hope for. But talking about picks, Last is in trouble here. Going to be locked down. There's the Hextech ultimatum. We are going to see the hostile takeover, but it's blocked by Citron. Will not go down. And yes, bailout is available, but it will not lead to a kill. Oh! I didn't think he'd be in range. Didn't think he'd be in range.
There, recall, bro!
Oh, heartbreaker. It's an easy kill. Gets out as well. Snepex picking up the kill. Needed for Paragon to equalize that one.
Disaster.
Yeah, right now, this game is dead even almost.
Yeah. Both teams are giving it 100%. Refresh is doing a good job trying to hold out in bot lane. 1 minute left to get platings. I think they should be able to get another one here, but it looks like Drake is the next target for Bloodline.
And I think if we can get Refresh to move out of the way quickly, I think that the platings are all even between the two teams. It is Paragon, I think, might go one plate up. So all in all, again, match very, very close. Dragon going to be on the mind of Bloodline, though. It is going to be available for them. Will be their first. Drake and Mountain, I feel like in terms of standalone Drakes, one of the better.
I think Bloodline knows it's Dragon is free now. Saw 3 members top lane for Paragon. Lofty fixing that prior as well, so it should be relatively uncontested. So 3-3 in grubs and 1 dragon each, and gold almost tied as well. It cannot be closer than this.
All right, let's talk about moving forward. Okay, let's set some expectations, right? Because we've had a messy game. We had a lot of crazy things happen. Some maybe unexpected. The lane swaps have kind of gone back to normal, and we're starting to see a more normal pattern of play. Bloodline, as we said, still strong on the scaling. Gwen, Camille, Tristana, a lot of pick potential with the Asharas as well, as we are going to see it land massive onto the Azir. An easy pickup for Lofty, and it is just like that. The Bloodline can remove 1 player from Paragon. But as I said, Paragon better in the 5v5. What do we expect? Although, hold that thought a second, more fighting. Knockup going to be had. Lona now in potential trouble. Just about dodges out. And Paragon not going to be able to return fire.
Big plays here from Sweden. I mean, Sandal, after that play in bot lane, you had to do something to recover. And with that Crystal Arrow, I can say from the entire Swedish population, you are forgiven.
It's nice that it works to that, you know? Not that many people in the country, so you can just kind of talk about them as well.
Hey, we're 11 million. That's pretty good.
That's almost less than London.
Yeah, but I mean, London is like the capital of Europe. It's not even comparison.
Damn. You heard it here first. Capital of Europe.
Well, it is.
No, I don't know if that's a fact. Especially considering we left the EU recently, so I don't know.
Oh yeah,
maybe
we don't like you,
consider
right?
That. No one likes us. Have you seen Eurovision? Like, mad. Well, I actually haven't seen Eurovision in a while. But anyway, going back to this one, away from European topics and politics, let's go back to League of Legends. So,
yeah.
1k gold in the lead for Bloodline. And I will say, how are you feeling, honestly? Because they're not as proactive as they were last game, but they are still finding plays.
I mean, Sitskun is doing well on his Gwen, and that was the win con for them last game, so I'm feeling pretty good. But at the same time, I'm not really feeling it for Chaos. Chaos usually is a big win con for them. I think he recovered quite well now, coming up to 104 farm, but he's still a little bit behind. So a little bit of a struggle. But right now, I just feel like Bloodline might have this in the bag.
This might be the moment that you said he needs to recover. Chaos going to be going aggressive, but doesn't get the hook shot. Not able to get the lead and now forced away. But TP, this could be so massive for Paragon. They've set themselves too far forward here. Refresh in trouble, and no one can join them.
I mean, like I said, I'm not even worried. Guys, this is way too easy. Like, do we even have to finish the game? Bloodline is obviously going to win this one. Take it to game 5. Let's listen to some Silver Scrapes. Let's dig it together. Then Bloodline can go celebrate and Paragon can go cry in the UKA. What is it? You say UKEL?
Yeah, UKEL. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. UKEL.
Damn.
I don't know. I don't even know the name of your league, bro. Who are you guys?
Wow. Okay, here we go. Back to the replay, though. Chaos missing the hook shot, maybe actually for the best, because it allowed them to turn onto the Ornn. And obviously, maybe Paragon a little bit on 2 different pages here. Refresh coming into it, gets knocked back straight into the team. And 5 versus 1, yes, you're a tank, but at the end of the day, you can't really do much against that, as we are going to see Citron versus Snepex. Snepex coming out on top. Kill on the jungle with a little bit of rotation. But what can they gain from it? 1 minute 30 until the Dragon. And that I do think will be on the cards of both teams.
2 junglers that require a lot of resources. Snepex has a little bit more. Goes into a solo bolo there. Gets some help assistance from his team as well in the end of that. And keeps the lead going. So right now, the big difference between the teams are actually the junglers. as 0-2 Gwen goes up against a 2-0 and now 3-0 Viego.
Yeah, and obviously last game, Citron, a massive win condition, as you said earlier, for Bloodline. Falling behind SnapX would give Paragon team members or fans a lot of hope, but next Dragon I feel like will be quite decisive. Hextech Dragon on the board, right? Hextech Soul available. Finally a soul that both teams will definitely not want to let go.
Right now, the win con for Bloodline is that they have some damage on Citroen, being the only AP damage dealing champion in their team. Otherwise, 4 very, very strictly AD-based champions.
But a lot of true damage, Camille and Gwen.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but like, they will need that AP damage if they're gonna win fights, especially with that
also
one.
Varus with the % health. It's a thing of the past now,
Citroen can go AFK. Citroen can go AFK. They'll finish with 4 players, guys. It's fine. They have true damage and.
So you've been sleeping on the meta, mate. Like that's what I'm hearing. Like,
I have the name for a reason, right? SnapX has actually stolen like 3 objectives today.
Yeah, surely. Okay, I'm really glad they didn't go for this, because I'll be honest, if they went for that, it's not worth, man. It's second Dragon coming over to Bloodline, and I feel like that would have been a little bit of a crazy one, especially with the bounty as well. Don't want to be giving anything back over to Bloodline, who are still slightly in the lead. 2K now expanding their lead. And with another Dragon, putting that extra added pressure onto Paragon. But this time, I will say, Last is doing much better in the game, has got quite a lot further than we saw them last time. And with SnapX finding a lot of kills, there is a lot of confidence for this Paragon side in those team fights. They just have to make them theirs in a bit more clinical fashion than we saw last game.
Yeah, I think Chaos is getting along quite nicely as he actually goes for this.
Yeah, should be able to get the kill here. Refresh going to try and buy some time with the Ornhorn, but I don't think there's any way to fight the Camille now. They are just a little bit too strong, 2 items up, and the solos are going to start to rain in.
So he'll push top. At the same time, they spawn Herald in mid lane, and Baron is spawning now. So if they go for a fight here and lose that, they can lose a lot in Paragon.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a little bit of deja vu here. We've been here before, Sleeper. Like, this has happened once or twice, although we are seeing a lot invested in sort of Bloodline to try and catch out SnapX, but none of them are going to be able to find him. Able's just about to get away, but Bloodline's still pushing this advantage. Able to get 2 tier 2s in quick succession, increasing that gold lead, and now putting pressure towards that Baron. But Moz trying to catch out a member of Bloodline, but not successful.
I mean, Bloodline, every time they actually try to do something, it's quite successful, but it feels like it's the same thing for Paragon. It's just what team pulls the trigger first. This time it was Bloodline, and it turned out great for them, picking up a lot of resources that they can invest into the next big fight.
And the next big fight could be around Baron. It also could be a very decisive one. It definitely has been the time on the clock where both these teams start to get a little bit antsy, a little bit ready to scrap. And obviously Baron, we've seen many a Baron dance in this series so far. I'm sure we're going to get one again.
Chaos now in bot lane, looking for Timo Topper. I mean, I love that they banned out the Akali. That was such a big problem last game, but they somehow managed to keep him down. But letting him play Akali again would be a big mistake. A lot of respect to that player.
The Paragon now potentially going to look for something here. Bloodline not quite split up, so maybe could have gone for a play, but I think they're just starting to get a little bit cautious. They want to just scale out the game. They want to get Last to 3 items. I think if they can get Kog'Maw to that point, then I think realistically Bloodline's chances of winning drop down quite a bit unless they can find some supreme picks, which is definitely possible with their comp. But at the moment, Chaos stepping forward with Timo Topper baited into stopping the recall.
That's some Swedish banter. I like that.
Is everything they do just Swedish because they're Swedish?
No.
But right now, Chaos, they're able to apply pressure, and I think this is the big win condition for Bloodline, right? We talked about how if they get ahead, they can snowball the game out, but also the split-pushing nature, as you said, in the last game. Lofty able to push a lot, Chaos able to push a lot, and no one can match them 1-for-1 from Paragon. So Paragon themselves, I know we keep saying that they need to stall, but actually they might need to start getting a little bit more proactive around these objectives to force together the side of Bloodline.
Yeah, right now 1-3-1 is so natural for them. They have teleport on both Lofty and Chaos if they try to collapse on the 3 members in mid lane, or potentially if they try to collapse on one of the side lanes. They can just get out. Both Tristana and Camille has excellent options to get out of the situations. So right now Paragon are in a situation where they have to start making decisions. They're just playing around the map, and because of that, right now there's big control from Bloodline on this dragon, and it looks like they might be securing it quite easy.
Dragon, as you said, very much in their control. And I'm just getting flashbacks, Sleeper. I'm getting flashbacks to last game where we fought over 4th Drake, but this one actually does matter. And maybe we fight over 3rd Drake. Lorna going to be knocked up here, but just a little bit far away. Is dragged back, and the damage is raining in. But the Ash Arrow just going to hold on as we see SnapX from the back, picks up and takes the kill. That's a nice turn around and a nice pick. And now Paragon, they begin the start of the Dragon Dance for Game 4.
Let's just believe in the steal. Let's put Chaos on inhibitor. Job here.
Well, you say that, but this is going down pretty quickly. Citron may have to look for the steal here. Has started the ultimate. The needlework is there, but going to be pushed away.
Good.
So far away. The smite is going to be taken, and Paragon have found the Baron. No contention available for Bloodline. Yes, they will be able to get an inhib, but the power of the Baron is massive.
I mean, it's a good pick initially from them going in. SnapX doing the extra work with the flash and ultimate coming from the flank. But Dragon and Inhibitor for Bloodline, I mean, the viewers can decide if it's worth or not. I don't know how much they can actually use.
I think this is too far. Coming in from Refresh, stepping up, and now SnapX getting caught in the Hextech Ultimatum. The arrow gonna land as well, and yes, bailout is available, but you don't have the time. And Paragon, you didn't need to go for it. They didn't need to step forward, and once again, Bloodline capitalize on the mistake.
I mean, it doesn't matter if you have Baron if you're not gonna keep it. Like, why would you go in with the Baron buff and just die? Letting the Swedes just push it out. Do we need to push bot? No, because we took the inhibitor, everyone. So now Tima Topper has to be down there while we keep pushing mid lane.
And Camille going to step once again. Chaos forcing Last away. And that's it. The Paragons need to play a waiting game. Get that Cockmore to 3 items, and they just love to send it a little too early.
That was perfect execution. Let's see the replay here. It's probably prepared in any second now. Let's take a look what actually happened here as they overstep, just like you said initially. Refresh stepping up way too much. Lofty, yes, he is looking vulnerable, but it could be considered a bait. Just jumps over the wall, and that crystal arrow is just perfect, going straight into SnapX. I mean, he's trying to survive, but he cannot. Refresh, next one to fall. Then you could just keep going. Matza falling. That's Laps. It's gonna stay alive, but I mean, they get Dragon, they get kills, they get everything.
They had the Baron. They didn't need to play aggressive. They still do have the Baron. They can still keep pushing. But again, these are the plays that hinder Paragon. Overstepping, getting caught out, and now they have to be careful because Chaos is on the lurk in that bush. Going to be causing problems. Will just back away, though. Doesn't want to get caught out. As Bloodline causing problems. They're always in the face of Paragon. Always that one step away. As we now see the Ornhorn catching out Sandir. But again, a little bit too far away from Paragon. The commitment maybe a little bit too high, but it feels like they want to go for it. They still are sending it. But
Chaos is going for it.
Chaos can just backdoor. Yeah.
Stop recalls. Stop recalls.
Bloodline starting to chase them down the mid lane. I do think that there's a couple members, but Chaos can just get out of this surely. Like, not even going to get dragged back here, just walks away. And Paragon, like, they're going to lose SnapX as well in the jungle. This might be game, Sleeper.
I mean, you make it sound like I was worried. Like, I don't even know what Bloodline is doing in this game. The rotations are immaculate. It's perfect from Bloodline. They're just making Paragon run all over the map. They have no idea what to do. They're just like, oh, okay, here's somebody. Let's go chase him. And this, and this, and this. And then just Bloodline does everything. Picks up a Drake, picks up this, takes an inhibitor. They don't even know what to do. I don't even know what to do.
Paragon in dismay. The base is falling. They are going to hold on for a little bit longer. Bloodline don't have the opportunity just to finish it just yet. And Paragon, if they want to come back into this game, they're going to have to make a huge turnaround. As we see once again, Chaos just able to get out of a sticky situation. The Camille just able to do so much work in this game. And Paragon almost felt a little bit lacking in terms of macro play.
I mean, it just feels like Bloodline goes into this game knowing exactly what to do with all the champions they have. They have a much better plan. Like in the first 2 games, I didn't even see anything that I've seen from Bloodline before. None of the strengths, none of the... I mean, it was too easy for Paragon, and I think they don't really know what to do now that Bloodline actually stepped up, because they're facing a completely different team.
The game isn't over until the Nexus is broken, but Bloodline etching themselves closer and closer. Dragon in 50 seconds, and we've seen how Paragon react. We know they want to fight it, we know they want to play, but how do Bloodline decide to take them on? Do they send the split push? Do they take them on 5v5? The time is ticking down, and Paragon, they need to start moving over there. They haven't got the vision control, they haven't got the setup. They either give it over or they go now.
I mean, they're not going to play for this Drake. If anything, they have to play for this Baron. They have 2 inhibitors down. If they let go, Chaos will just go for the Nexus with minions. You see him right now. He's lurking in bot lane. He did it before when he went for the inhibitor. He would not be afraid to do it again to go for the Nexus.
Chaos is lurking, as you said. Snepex very strong, but not able to really use it. Moz is going to be caught out here. Buys a bit of time with hostile takeover. Will not fall down just yet, as we now see the Ornhorn getting the knock on to Sander, but that is the support. They're sending a lot for this, and you got to think about Citron in the wings, waiting on, as we do see 1 kill gifted over to Paragon. And their hold is a little bit stronger, but Chaos still very strong, just waiting for their moment. Moz is so low, and so is Snepex. The shots just being fired and the Dragon just being taken. It's a little bit too late for Paragon, and I think they will just have to go back to base.
I mean, I think Sando is fine with whatever happened there. Right now, Baron will be so easy because they have super minions in their base. They still have Timo Topper in bot lane. I mean, he has teleport, but they don't have that much vision. I don't even know if they have a ward. It looks like they might have like 1 ward or something, but can't get that deep teleport. Has to hexgate all the way over there if they want to do something. And Chaos will keep pushing bot lane. So they can dance, take the inhib, wait for Chaos, and then take the fight.
The advantage is definitely on to Bloodline. Paragon feeling a little bit lost into what to do here. The Camille was so threatening on the split push, but no one can match her 1v1. And then the looming threat of the Baron as well. 2 big objectives, 2 different points of contention that cannot be given up together. Paragon have to find a moment. They have to try and get a team fight or get that pick on the Camille, but any time that they step one way or the other, it's so easy for Bloodline to cause them to lose the other.
Right now, they're just going to keep sending waves mid, top, and bot to get information where Paragon is investing. If they see more than 1 person in bot lane, they will just go for Baron immediately. So Chaos right now with the patience in bot lane is a key to find this Baron. Lofty now shoving up top lane as well, making it easier for them to play.
Paragon moving up, stepping into the Baron. They haven't got the Azir. There's still 4 members, very strong. But the Azir, the big linchpin of this team, the one that can do the most damage. Team with Topper, the hero that we've talked about many a time, not available. And if the Camille can get the solo kill, well then the game might be over.
Sending a wave top lane now for them to respond. That means they need to split up a little bit. As soon as they see someone top, I think they will go for Baron here. There's not that much vision for Paragon.
And Bloodline taking their time, just goading Paragon in. They don't need to do this quickly. They can just do it thematically, schematically even. Team would be winning. Bloodline.
Yeah, he's gonna go for
Send
the inhibitor
Chaos
now.
once again.
He doesn't have the patience to do this. So he'll go for potentially the double inhibitor. Has hex gates, has escape, has everything. I think they spotted him out there on the minions.
Yeah, but it's not going to matter. Chaos should be able to say this inhib really easily, and I feel like Paragon
if they
knows
respond
this.
to him, that's Baron. I think if they respond, it's Baron.
They've not. They've said, we're happy with the 2 inhibs. They're going to allow Chaos to take this, but then they've got to be careful about that flank. They care about Baron more than the inhibs. They know the waves are pushed out. So it's not going to be costing their base. It looks like they're going to flip it, and sometimes, you know what? That's the best play to do. Here comes the TP, the 5 versus 5. This could decide it all. Paragon starting to send X. Can Citron get the steal? Will he be able to secure it? No, he won't. Baron goes to Paragon, but can they get the fight after? Citron going low, will finally fall, and that's a pick up. Snepex now becoming Gwen, able to stay alive in this fight. Buying a little bit more time, buying a little bit more space, but Lofty, Sander, Lona, they're all waiting. Chaos in the wings. They're looking to take this fight. They want to win it here and now. Paragon being forced back. Azir able to defend a little bit longer. Chaos now going aggressive, dives straight onto Snepex, but do they have the damage? The Camille gets the kill. The Cogmore not able to do anything either, and 4 members of Paragon are dead. The Azir, the last line of defense.
Yeah, Azir the only one alive. Has Baron buff though, but it's long timers. They could potentially go for a push here. No teleports available though, so they can't just reset, go back in and try to pick something up here. But let's take a look at this fight once again. Replay coming in now. Citroen is taking all the attention into the pit, but Snepex is securing that. And then once again, great from Bloodline to zone them out. Luna is not even touched in this fight initially, and Snepex wants to keep the fight going. They have enough information in Bloodline to know that it's very hard for them to reset, but Les and Snepex are dragging out the timers here. They're making it a little bit better for Paragon. I mean, they're not picking up the kills, but the timers of their teammates is getting dragged out so that the game is not over quite yet.
It's not over yet. It's still there. It's still all to play for, but maybe not for much longer. A minute 20. Then the Dragon will be up, the Elder Drake, and again, we're going to get that dance. It's going to be a situation. Chaos playing for the inhib, playing for that split push. Paragon forced into a tough decision about going for the objective. They need to move those waves, push them out, set themselves up. This could be a long dance, Sleeper. And Bloodline with all of the tools to win this game.
I mean, we have the nail in the coffin spawning in a minute. Elder Drake will be spawning bot side, and right now Bloodline trying to take control over everything. Citroen is not afraid. They are not afraid.
In trouble. Citron moving forward, will be caught out there, and the knock-up coming through as well. Maybe this is the time for Paragon. They get the knock-up again. Citron going low, will not fall down though. The Gwen stays alive, and Bloodline move forward, but in comes Team Topper, the Azir with 3 kills, but they have to go back to base. Chaos is alive, Chaos is pushing, but Bloodline maybe doesn't end here. Maybe they don't get the opportunity. Team Topper moving forward should be able to hold off these waves. Mozza with a bit of help, but the Dragon is open.
I mean, Team Atapa is keeping UK alive this game. That was an incredible play from him. The damage, he comes in and delivers, as Citroen now is trying to secure Elder on his own, and Chaos is dragging attention from Paragon.
An easy Dragon take here, surely. Surely Paragon cannot respond here, cannot find a way through. Chaos still putting pressure. Citron, yeah, it's taking quite a bit of damage, but it doesn't matter. Only 1,000 more, and be careful, Mozza.
He wants to wait for the timers. He wants to wait for the timers. No, he wants on a Lofty as well. But
Citron.
He couldn't wait for it. But yeah, he wanted everyone to get Elder. Let's take a look at it.
Once
again, Citroen picking up Snepex and Sando with that amazing ultimate. Makes them think that, well, this is very, very easy. And initially, it looks like it as well. They do everything to kill Citroen, and then the burst comes in from Bloodline, just taking down everybody to almost no HP. And it looks initially like the game should be over, but look now. Tima Topper comes in with the damage, hail of blades, and a late game Azir. It's a really good play from him. He is definitely the MVP for Paragon this
Team Topper with a lot of gold there, maybe full items, but it's a big ask. Bloodline on the fountain, get the stun onto the Ornn with the Dragon buff as well available for a little bit longer. Don't have the timer just yet. The Ornn Horn going to be utilized, buying a bit of time. Gets the knock up onto 2, but they can't follow it just yet. Paragon holding on the first base defense they need to hold. And will they do it? Bloodline just taking their time, getting poked down. Team Atop of the Danger Man coming in from Paragon. Dragon still available. TP coming in, buying time, just laying waste to the base. The Paragon holding, not allowing for Bloodline to just crush onto the towers, but 2 more inhibs will fall.
Yeah, now they have everything they need.
Arrow going wide. Sandir taking a lot of damage as well.
I mean, the cooldown on Ash's ulti, take a look on the right side of the screen. It's up again in like 10 seconds. They could just keep doing this. It's like an arcade game for Sundo.
Just has to hit the right target. Bloodline hoping to send themselves to game 5. Can they do it? Citron, so dangerous, so much damage. The Dragon buff also just adding a little bit of extra, but Lofty getting caught there will do a bit of damage to their own team members. Hostile takeover, buying some more time, buying some more space. Paragon still just holding on, but how much longer can they hold on for? Citron moving in with the damage, able to pop 1, 2, fall down, and Bloodline rise up. Double kill to the Azir. Maybe they can hold on. Citron with the damage will go forward. Chaos moves in, and Bloodline take us to game 5.
It's so nice. Oh, it's so nice. Oh my god. Wait. Where are the haters? Jay, wait.
I'm just saying this. It's how I say
Where are the haters?
because you're getting hyped. But that's fine.
Where are the haters? I mean,
We won 2 games. But you know that. You won 2 back. But you know that. He knows that. Twitch knows that. You know that. But let me tell you something you don't know. Paragon are going to take it in game 5. We're going to win this one. It's coming home. It's the UK. Game 5 is on the way. UK are going to win it. Zeepa thinks Sweden are going to win it. There's only one way to find out. Stay tuned in. We're going to a break. When we come back, Silver Scrapes. Game 5. We're here. Paragon. Look, you said it before.
Uh-huh.
Bloodline, they wanted to make you feel comfortable, make you feel happy. And Paragon will do the same, brother. That's what I'm telling you, Sleeper. Your team are getting baited. They're like, oh, we're doing it well. We're Sweden. We're going to conquer again. No, mate, you're about to get wiped. You're about to get wiped, mate. Paragon are ready to play. They're here. They've given you a couple of test runs. They didn't want you to be 3-0'd. They wanted you to have some pride, so you can use the flag again. It's time for Paragon to take it all.
Why are they getting stomped, though?
Oh, yeah, because game 1 was so close. Zebra's forgotten the first 2 games. But at least remind us of game 2.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, game 1 and 2 doesn't count because I talked to Chaos. He said, we're just having some fun, just having a good time. And then I was like, yo, you guys need to win. And he was like, okay, we'll win. And then they took 2 straight games. And I'm pretty confident we're going to win this. I'm 100% certain. So
you didn't sound it.
I never doubted them. I know Sweden always come out superior in every situation. Obviously, the NLC Division 2 needs more Swedish teams because, that's half the fun. No Sweden, no fun. That's basically the saying in Europe. Like, if you're American and come to Europe and oh, no Sweden, no fun. So, yeah, we're going to go to NLC Division 2. We're going to take over. We're gonna absolutely take over everything. And you guys are just along for the ride.
I don't know if anyone has ever said that. But either way, here we go. Moving forwards, we are going to go to game 5, right? This time we have got a difference. Paragon are going to be on the red side, so Bloodline will be on blue side, which means I'm expecting Viego to be banned away this time round. I don't think that'll be coming forward. But I wonder if the draft will change for Bloodline, because right now the Gwen has been a staple. It's been really strong. And I do imagine we see it again.
Yeah. I think that Gwen might be banned this time around. I mean, Citroen has been real clutch on it, and it's just been a constant problem for them. They have 100% win rate with Gwen. As soon as they picked it, they won 2 straight games. I'm not saying Gwen is the sole reason that they won. Another reason is definitely that Chaos started abusing the side lanes in a different manner. Oh, we have a new overlay. I like this.
Okay, new overlay. Same game. Different bans, though. We are seeing that, as you said, the Ari, the Jinx, the Aurelion all banned away from the Bloodline. And that makes sense. And then the Gwen Tristana being banned away. And we're now going to see the Talia picked up for Paragon. That can be SnapX or Team Utopia. It's not decided which yet. But the Victor being... Oh, sorry, not the Victor. The Viego being taken by Citron. You've talked about it a lot. You said this is one of his best champions. So bigger expectations have been thrown down.
I mean, SnapX has been really great on it, but I just feel like Citroen might be the better Viego player. Since we saw him throughout the entire tournament playing this, and there's a reason why they stole it away. Once again, also leaving open Lana Smolder. Chaos, they just played enough champions and attracted enough attention to remove the initial bans of the day and force them to create new bans. And now all of a sudden the champions are open that they really love to play.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I feel like the Tristana, though, and the Gwen, way worth it. I will say, I don't know if the Gwen was fully needed, just on the essence that I'm pretty sure we were going to get the Viego regardless of whether Gwen was up. The Syndra, though, being picked up, is this common? Is this normal?
We don't play a lot of Syndra here, but I mean, Lofty is just big brain, so he could probably execute any champion. I'm not worried. He could pick Soraka mid, and I would be like, yeah, that's probably a thing. It's really good.
We are going to get SnapX Last and Mozza on the Varus Ashe. So basically taking the bot lane from Bloodline last game into their own hands. And Paragon, they could flex it into a lane swap. They could flex it into matchups directly. Let's see how they decide to play this one out. K'Sante going to be banned away, though, not going to allow for Chaos to get onto that tank.
Yeah, top lane, it's going to be really interesting now as Chaos actually enabled himself in the side lanes. Refresh had a struggle last game, got solo bolo 2 times, I think. They even sent Tima Topper to the side lanes to match him because Refresh could not. So this game, I think there's a lot of pressure on Refresh to actually go back to game 1 and game 2, where he delivered a lot against Chaos. and not like the last 2 games where I think Chaos just took over the lane.
And I am kind of hoping that we either get the Ornn again, right? And we don't try and match it power for power. I think that Refresh has played so well on these tanks that taking them off of that and maybe putting some focus onto him, maybe trying to match Chaos in lane, would lose out a lot for Paragon. I think that they should stay true to what they've been winning with, send it once again, get the better picks up this time. It's a much better comp. They're not picking the Kog'Maw, they've got the Varus, which is much more comfortable for last. So I think don't send it too far into a new decision.
Yeah, and now they identified Akali is open now, though. I just want to point that out. And I think Team Topper did a great job on that champion. Maybe it's not like the perfect synergy to go into the champions they already picked. They already have a lot of damage. Maybe they don't want to switch yet.
This is where an Echo would be insane.
Yeah, exactly. Like something more like that. But they left Akali open, and now they target ban Snapix instead because they don't feel that threatened by Team Topper as that's actually a flex pick, so we don't actually know where that's going, but a Yone is picked out for UK. Is this something you do a lot?
So Yone has been played in the leagues before. I need to... Let me get their notes back up again, because I feel like I faintly remember this being a pick. It is a pick that we've seen before from Team Topper. And yeah, this is definitely something that they do play. It's not often though, because I will say like Team Topper classically is the Aurelion Soul, the Azir, but they have played a lot of different champions, so this definitely is in their wheelhouse. The Renekton coming back, this is reminiscent of the first time that these two teams met, by the way. We saw the Renekton into a Camille matchup from Paragon, so I am hoping that we don't see the Camille again.
I really like the Leona pick here. Hildesang bringing it to MSI, and it works great together with champions that are ability based. So Leona here, very, very clutch. They have very easy initiation. Both Leona ulti and Syndra stun could just be thrown around, and they could stand pretty far back, and it should be almost impossible to kill Chaos if he makes it through lane. But a hover on Malphite as Refresh locks it in. Maybe he thinks Yone is Yasuo.
I like the Malphite, to be honest, because like, okay, you're going to give a bit of space in the early game, right? Like, realistically, you're not going to be the Renekton, but you probably shouldn't die too much either. You're good into the Viego. Syndra, okay, Syndra's known for the one click, one kill. Malphite, just ult straight onto the Syndra. No more one click, one kill. She could potentially die to the Yone. I'm liking this coming out from Paragon. Obviously, it does say that they're going to go for standard lanes. There is still a world where they don't go for standard lanes, and obviously then I would say the Malphite will do better than the Renekton, but we'll have to see. Anything can happen. It could be a lane swap. It could be normal lanes. We're going to keep them guessing.
At least when it comes to neutralizing Chaos in lane, Malphite is a great pick, and obviously to initiate fights. But I think Refresh still will struggle. Like last game, he picked a tank into somebody who does damage. I mean, yeah, Camille does true damage, but empowered Q from a Renekton and the sustain in the waves could still be a problem for him in topside. I don't think any jungler is going to play for topside. It's way more easy to play for either mid or bot lane, and we've seen Team Topper and Last playing well throughout the games, or at least when Last didn't play Kog'Maw, they've been playing good. So I'm thankful that they didn't pick Kog'Maw this game, not because I want UK to win, but I actually won a good game this time. Let's just see what they can do here. But I think Sweden is looking pretty good here. Chaos is really good on the Crocodile as well.
I am a little bit surprised they go for the Ornn, I'll be honest, because Ornn obviously classically into Renekton does pretty well. Obviously, it's a bit of a skill matchup, but Ornn has been such a good pick for Paragon in general that I am surprised that they didn't utilize it again. Gone for the Malphite instead. I'm not mad about it, but I am a little bit surprised. I would have thought they would have gone straight for that Ornn pick, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. We've got a tank. We've got a team fight. Both teams are set up. Is there going to be a lane swap? That's a big question. What's also going to happen in the early game is what I want to know, because we've seen a lot of crazy level ones, and there might be another one coming this way.
I mean, I couldn't be more hyped up for this. This is game 5, everyone. It's 2-2, Bloodline to your left and Paragon to your right. The winner will proceed into NLC Division 2 next season. And it looks like an early invade here from Paragon.
Paragon early invade. Not going to come up to too much, and hey, Bloodline a little scared. Don't want to go 5v5 in the early game.
They get the deep ward here though. Citroen and Chaos walking into the top side, putting that ward on red buff in the early stages, so they can track SnapX. This is the first time we see SnapX playing something a little bit different. Gets an AP jungler now, goes into the tracks of Citroen, who played Gwen the earlier two last games.
So now I have to give you info. I have to give you info on this Taliyah pick. So
okay.
SnapX was playing a lot of Poppy in the early stages of the UKL, in the season, in the playoffs. Poppy. We saw it start to not work out, and we were like, okay, what is he going to play? Picks Taliyah, completely different champion, absolutely obliterated in UKL playoffs. So there is definitely a lot of prestige on this champion, as we are going to see the invade coming through from Paragon. So I'm expecting big things from this Taliyah coming out of SnapX. It's definitely a champion that we've seen him play with a lot of comfort. So definitely have a lot of expectation. And SnapX going to be able to steal away the red buff, but Bloodline
they're gonna fight him.
Are reacting. They are going to find him. Sander is there, and Citron also going to be making their way over. Good flash from SnapX will get them to safety. But are Bloodline going to be able to clear this one out? It looks like Citron should be able to take this camp, as they have the vision and they know Mozza is in the jungle as well. But pings coming out, I think Mozza will just walk away.
I mean, considering the situation, that was the best possible outcome for Bloodline. Sando is very smart going up there, like we talked earlier. Has a lot of brains hidden behind the screen, and he knows that SnapX will take that fight, and all of a sudden it's a 2v1 and they get the flash from the Taliyah.
Yeah, and the range, it's an interesting one, right? Because obviously double range, always going to be able to poke out the Leona, but Leona, when they get a little bit tankier, can just all in, and it will be a little bit of a nightmare. Obviously, not the greatest earlier game coming out from the little dragon that could smolder. Obviously going to have to bide a little bit of time.
Bot lane now swapped. Lerna gets his main smolder. Sando playing Leona this game has been very flexible with the picks. But Lash and Mats are now playing the champions. Lerna and Sando played last game.
See how they do on it. Team at top of there going a little bit aggressive. Has had a lot of success on these dive champions, right? The Akali notably doing quite well for them. Did have some nice game play on the Azir. All in all, Team at top is just quite a solid player for the side of Paragon, as we are going to see Chaos invading themselves, and Citron going to get aggressive, looking for SnapX. Doesn't get the stun off though.
It doesn't have flash
to walk away,
so they want to abuse that, I believe. But he already got a double buff, so he should just let this go. And Citron picks it up, and then it should be neutral in the jungle.
Yeah, all in all, not going to be too worried. If you are SnapX, can just keep this one going. But Team Top isn't having the greatest of times into Lofty. Obviously, the melee into range can be quite treacherous. And we're already starting to see more rotations coming out from Sander, moving up towards that mid lane. But it's met this time by SnapX, so warded away.
Two stacked champions also coming in from Bloodline. Both Smolder and Syndra wants to get those stacks. And both of them actually getting executed when they are completed.
This is obviously for all the marbles. People at home, winner of this will go to the finals. Winner of this will take a Div 2 spot. The reverse sweep, hopeful for Bloodline. Paragon trying to deny it. As Chaos going to go straight up again for that push. We'll just proxy this wave out. But SnapX is looming, so could potentially try and play for this one. But Chaos level 5, definitely quite a scary croc indeed. The refresh going to just come back into this fight. They should be able to 2v1, but Chaos is looking to go aggressive. Will flash forward, gets the stun down onto SnapX, but the damage not there just yet. But dashes in, and Cole the Meek is explosive, gets the kill, and you cannot put Chaos in the 1v2. I've heard it before, and I've seen it with my own eyes. He will finally die to refresh them out by picking up a kill, but putting SnapX behind is massive for the tempo of this game.
I mean, the comms was... SnapX doesn't have flash. If you can flash, take him out. He does so, gets the kill with him. He even drags out the timer long enough to deny the assist for SnapX. SnapX doesn't even get an assist on this kill. But look at Chaos with the confidence. He knows that if he just dodges the majority of the spells, he can gap close SnapX, get in, get the stun, jump forward, and then it's just a simple kill to secure. And the fact that SnapX doesn't even get an assist, that's just a beautiful play.
The Gator going to be very happy with that one, and Chaos starting to put off the pressure, and we're seeing the classic Swedish play. As you said, they're going for the grubs over the dragon. Paragon going to start stacking the drakes. And I will say, I feel like dragons have been a massive component of it. So we might see Chaos get a solo kill here. Level 6 pops the Dominus. Not going to be able to do enough damage, though, onto refresh. And he will just be able to walk away. As we see invades again from Citron. And I got to say, right, so Bloodline, if we think about the two games that they won, early game initiative, taking the grubs, they were getting that first dragon as well. So I do wonder, is giving this dragon over maybe opening up a little bit of security for Paragon to go later on?
Potentially. I mean, both teams... Oh! No way! That is so sad!
That is tough.
Oh,
Got to walk away from it.
Oh my god. I can't.
Breathe, breathe, UK fans, breathe.
I can't, man. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it just feels like everything is going the way of Sweden right now. It's just, it's very comfortable.
Yeah, it is at the moment. I will agree with you. It is definitely looking strong for the Swedish side, as we are going to see a rotation from Lofty as well. Level 7, if they can get on to Paragon's bot lane here, massive problems will occur. The fact that SnapX couldn't get that dragon as well, putting the tempo of Paragon one step behind. So we're going to see the stun. On to Team Atoppa, who hasn't been able to really get into the game so far, right? Obviously, the Syndra having a lot of presence in the lane. In terms of Drakes, in terms of plays, actually, it's time for Paragon to try and look for their bot lane play here. Clearing out the vision, making sure that it isn't going to be turned around. The 4 versus 2. Paragon setting up 1 minion still alive, but they need to push this next wave faster. And they're not going to be able to get the timing to get the dive. Paragon will be able to get some plates down, but no kills to be found.
And there's nothing else to do on the map at the moment. So nothing big will happen. Where's Citron? Oh, he's bot. Okay. I was like, I couldn't see him on the map. I was like, where is he?
He left again. Yeah, he was done.
Yeah, of course he did. Nah, he's bot side, so there's no potential for them to take the Drake. But that Drake is the only thing to do on the map right now, as Chaos is... I think he wants to wait for SnapX to just walk into the jungle and just kill him.
Well, see if he finds it. I don't know if it's going to happen, because if what we can see is obviously SnapX is very far away from where Chaos is, but SnapX quite far behind, right? We have to think about this. Citron is 2 levels up. You said about him being a very strong Viego, definitely showing it at the moment. Over double the CS of SnapX at the moment, and really plowing forward in these levels. And it's starting to look a little bit gloomy for Paragon. Even though the kills aren't being had, the early pressure isn't necessarily being felt. The differential in a couple of these matchups is really being noticed.
Yeah, Sando now is spotting them out.
Stun's going to come through. Stun from the Syndra. SnapX, no opportunity to play the game.
Well executed once again. Sando at right place at right time. Like, SnapX just walks straight into that. Doesn't have ultimate, has no escape. Had flash available, but would have just wasted it because all 3 members were ready immediately with that extra information that they had.
Team Atoppa trying to buy a bit of space for his jungler. Citron feels like he's just kind of taken over the whole of the map, and I will be honest with you, I don't really know how Paragon get themselves back into it. We've seen them in some pretty dire situations, but Bloodline, they're powering ahead, 2,000 gold lead already, but it's not just about the gold, Sleeper, it's about the leads in levels, the fact that they have control around the map. They're probably going to be able to play for 6 grubs as well to give that split push even more power.
Yeah, when it comes to neutrals, I think Citron is kind of confused. Like, it was kind of obvious that he went for grubs, and they didn't see that SnapX accidentally reset a dragon, so they didn't have any idea why dragon was still standing. They will find out in the VOD afterwards, but they just didn't play for it because they just thought that Paragon was baiting it or something. They had no information why it wasn't taken.
Paragon, feel like a lot of hopes are relying on Last in this game to deliver. And again, not a lot is happening in the bot lane. 20 CS lead is nothing to laugh at, though. That is over a kill in gold, so Last definitely ahead of Lona, but again, it's not a massive lead that could potentially carry at the moment. Mum going to be summoned to try and thin out this wave. The dive is looning as we are going to see Lana taken super low, will be picked off, and now can they find Sandira as well? Going to be forced to flash away, does survive, and a positive play for Paragon happens in the bot lane.
Initially, it looked like they were not going to get anything, but the knockback from Snapex is just amazing. Just knocking him into the team, follow up by Lasp, and they get the kill. They don't get the kill on Lasp though, which I initially thought was a good idea. They get it on Snapex, which is not bad, but it feels like they would have needed it more on Lasp. Let's take a look at it again on this replay. They try to clear out the wave. Lana uses his ulti, and they actually remove almost all of the wave, but it's a perfect knockback from Snapex. And then Sando tries to walk out, gets hit by the chains as well, and he cannot get out.
Cannot get out indeed, but we'll have to see how this one turns out, right? Lost getting some kills, getting a bit of gold, getting a bit of gold back onto Snapex. Absolutely massive for Paragon, as we are going to see, again, more fighting in the top side, but Bloodline having so much control. Black Cleaver already finished by Chaos, going to be able to cut through that Malphite there a little bit easier. But it's the mid game. That's where we got to really look at it. That's when Paragon will start to get a lot of members online. That's when Last will start to hit the ground running. We've also got to think about that Yone as well. The carry potential that could come out of Team at Top, the hero of this team in so many of their games. But Citron going to try and stop any sort of resistance. Roaming around the map, 9 levels achieved, 2 up on Snapex already. As we are going to see start to walk towards that mid lane, and I feel like I thought Bloodline was going to go for maybe an active play here, but they are just going to walk away as Refresh gets engaged on by Chaos. Should just be able to walk this one out. No chance of a kill.
Yeah, there's a good ward there, spotting out both Sando and Sitkun. Otherwise, I think Team Atapa would just have walked into that. He's going to lose this wave, though, because he's getting absolutely zoned out. A lot of XP and gold just disappearing here.
It's being transferred onto the bot lane. Last, going to be able to pick up that tower. First tower going over to Paragon. And maybe a sigh of relief for people watching, any UK fans. The Paragon do manage to find something back on the map. Next dragon, though, should be spawning in the not too far future. Don't have time on it just yet. Now in that bot lane, ooh, potentially the big play here could happen, but although, oh wait, no, did it happen? I'm not really sure. The dragon was getting chased down, and I think just about got out.
Yeah, flashed out. No flash available now. That's definitely a problem when you're facing a Malphite and a Yone. It's not something you want. Doesn't even have cleanse, so Matza could potentially just hit a crystal arrow. So Lana right now in a bad situation, but Sando is hovering him for now. So hopefully they can keep him alive.
And a slow start, as we're accustomed to. It has been the way, Zupa. We've had a lot of fun, but a lot of that has come after 20 minutes as we see Refresh going in aggressively. I don't know if this is the play, man. Like, Lofty has unleashed power as well.
If he hit that in tower range, he would have killed him. But Lofty sidesteps last second. That's why he survives. Otherwise, he would be dead. So it's a good play, but it's a very desperate play.
A little bit of desperation is starting to feel from the Paragon side. There's still a lot of game left to play. As I said, Herald now going to be coming up. I feel like this has been the key component to a lot of success coming in from Bloodline. Think about it, the mid 2 towers that have been taken in a couple of these games, games 3 and 4. As Chaos will trade it. All that tower bot side, but I feel like if you're Paragon, you're pretty happy after what happened in the early game.
Herald is going to go to Paragon, but 6 grubs already secured for Bloodline, so pushing power now for both teams.
Ooh, and here we
They
go.
might look for it. Yeah, that's a good
Solo going to come through, but it may be just about enough. They do manage to get the kill onto the Ashe, clipping the edge of the ADC. Just about finding the kill and now opening up, looking for this mid tower. 4 members barreling down on it. Should be able to get his Chaos, as you said, flanking from the side. Going to dash forward, looking for the dash. We're not going to be able to find it. Knocked back, but we'll be able to force away anyone from mid tier 1. They secure that one, and they should be able to get the dragon with it.
That's a good place from Bloodline, looking comfortable as they go for this. It doesn't matter Sando misses his ultimate, because the slow is enough for them to secure this kill, because they have so many long distance stuns. So the follow-up is easy for Bloodline, and after that, securing a turret, securing a dragon. A lot of things just going the right way after one pick here. Let's look at the replay. As Lana is the only one showing, but they get vision of the others, and they still disrespect it a little bit. So Sando walks in, picks up a slow on Matza, follow up from the entire team. And it's an easy kill secure for the Swedes.
Kill secured. And lead is maintained. 3k gold lead now over to Bloodline. Herald, I feel like it's going to be a big play for Paragon. I want to see them utilize it mid. I want to see them try and group up, make a similar play to what we've seen Bloodline do so often in these last 2 games. As here comes the arrow. Good cleanse though from Lona. Will keep them safe.
Yeah, Sando immediately with solo flare trying to defend. A little back communication there. Lona could have just said, I'm fine, I have cleanse, and he wouldn't have ulted. But, I mean, you can never be too safe, I guess.
Ooh, and the lane swap from Lofty into Refresh. I do think it works out really well for Bloodline. I do wonder if Paragon going to try and swap themselves back. And it almost begs the question for me a little bit of like, how do Paragon get themselves in a winning position, right? Last is very strong. Team Atopper is still farming up. But how do they set themselves up? So far, Bloodline just getting all of the picks.
Yeah, right now, I think Paragon, they just need better vision on the map. They need to help each other. Vision is key. I mean, you can skip 3 minutes if you get a good ward, because you have a pick potential team. I mean, a Varus, Ashe, and a Talia, if somebody just walks blindly into you, you will kill them every single time.
Yeah, and I feel like Citron really unlocked when he started playing carries. Able just to command so much respect around the map. Level 11 already, the same level as Lofty on this Viego. And just forcing every play, forcing members of Paragon back away from towers, forcing them to give space and opening up for his laners, and maybe even forcing a dive here, as we do have 3 members of Bloodline on the top side, but Team Atopper is going to be the one that dives in. Will jump back out though. And Sende not going over the wall there. I was a little bit surprised.
Yeah, it would have been kind of awkward if he followed him into the turret. But I guess the animation doesn't work that way. Like, logically, he should have, I think. But it gets cancelled midair, I guess.
I don't know if it's like the speed at which Xenoblade pulls you in, maybe a bit faster than Soul and Bell.
Opening up mid now for Paragon.
Here we go, Paragon. This is what we talked about. Let's go. Play it down mid. That's one charge. Can they get the second? The mid-tier 1 will be broken down. As we do see another
I think.
jump in. Citron is going to smite it and Refresh right at the door. TP coming in. Oh, hold on. Here we go. Double TP coming in. And this is dangerous. Bloodline move forward. Paragon in a dire situation. And they get decimated by the double TP. Big plays from Lofty.
I mean, it's just a big play here. Citron, big brain, waits for Herald to move as close as possible, smites it, which makes Refresh get out of position, teleport coming in straight into the lane, and the follow-up from Sando's ultimate, from Lofty, everybody just executing it perfectly. Let's watch it again here on the replay. I mean, look at the patience. It's waiting just before it hits, smites it, Refresh out of position, cannot do anything, teleport coming in from behind, Snepix knows he can't do anything. Sando immediately hits an easy ultimate onto Matza. Refresh wants to use his ultimate, uses it on one person. Lofty has Serf's Embrace, doesn't even take damage. Bloodline comes out victorious in that fight.
Bloodline that one step ahead. The double TP really clean. It looked like 1, ended up being 2, and Paragon had no rebuttal to it. Paragon once again in the backseat, 5k down almost. And we've seen in games 3 and 4, they weren't able to turn it back into their favor.
I mean, we saw Snapx on some aggressive champions earlier, more of a utility burst champion now. I need him to get into the game a little bit more. I don't see the same Snapx as I did before. I think he was one of the key players together with Team Atopper. In this game, Team Atopper has to scale a lot as well before actually getting into the game. Has farmed a lot, has his key item, the Blade of Ruin King, but needs a little bit more before he can take a real fight.
The dream lives on for the Swedes. Can they get the reverse sweep? Chaos stepping forward onto Team Atopper, a level up and doing so much damage, able to avoid everything that is thrown back at him, basically, and walk out of it alive. Chaos grown in confidence game after game after game, and really starting to show the player that he is. Once again, Bloodline on to the Dragon. Should be able to pick this one up with no problems. Although, actually saying that, Paragon, they're not going to be willing to give it for free, but they walk into a trap, and Mozza immediately goes down. Bloodline, they say no more. They say no chance as they hold back Paragon. But Paragon, they're not done. They're not done just yet, Sleeper. They're going to step forward.
Look at Chaos.
The Chaos, as you said, on the backline, holding them back, forcing them away, putting them in a tough position. In goes Malphite, but it's not enough. Citron into the backline with Chaos, and exactly that for Paragon. Chaos in the map. They walk away barely as Paragon. They will lose Refresh as well, although here comes Sepex. They're sending it. I don't know why they're sending it, but they're trying to make a play, but it's not going their way. Another kill to Bloodline, 2 more on the desk, and the golden increases the chances of them winning going down.
I mean, Sweden is just coming out clutch. Look at the replay here. They think they have enough vision. They do not. Lerna just so safe, standing close by. Sando with the trigger to pull it off, and Matza once again the one picked off immediately. Most dangerous here. Look at Chaos coming in from the flank here. He's gonna come up in the right corner. Nobody sees him, and when they do, it's already too late because they will initiate from every single angle. Sando steps up immediately. Chaos needs to get in, could just spin and does so. The burst from the crocodile is just insane. Refresh is all alone against 4 members. And then a big mistake from Snepex, uses his ultimate to join the fight. And Refresh is already dead before he gets there. And I mean, it's just Bloodline all over the place.
Desperation is what it feels like from Paragon. So composed in games 1 and 2, not able to keep that composure here in game 5. And the numbers of chances that they have in this game are falling. 7k behind now at 22 minutes. A huge gap from Bloodline. The favorites in this tournament to go through. And they're showing exactly why right here, right now. Bloodline looming around the Baron. They forced every objective. They forced away Paragon at every single stage, Slepper. I can't imagine they're going to wait too long before they do the Nash.
Right now, Paragon, they just need to look for picks somehow. There is always a crack. You need to look for the crack and make it bigger. But right now, Bloodline is showing as little as possible, taking control over the map. Just see how much shadows they are. If they didn't have an Ashe, they wouldn't even be able to step up here because of the burst potential coming out from Bloodline here. At least they know they're not on Baron right now. But, I mean, Bloodline is just all over the place.
Bloodline everywhere, always in the shadows, always lurking. A problem for Paragon, who need to make a decision. They have to become decisive. Like, they have to commit to something, but it does feel like they maybe committed a little bit too early on that last Dragon fight. They went all in without the right information. And they did get caught out and they paid the price. But Snepex now trying to make something happen. As you said, big knockup, gets the shot onto Lorna. We'll be able to get the stun onto the owner as well. But here comes the TPs. And that might be 2, but it's just 1 for now. Chaos stepping forward. Snepex low will go down. And once again, Bloodline, even from a bad situation, make it theirs. Here come the rest of the team. Citron with another kill as Refresh chases down Sander. But it would only be a consolation prize. So they may not even get flash from the support, and Refresh left wanting. Now gonna have to face the magic of Lofty, and it's only a matter of time, it feels, before they will go down. Although they decide he's not even worth it. Baron is our prize.
I mean, it's way more BM to just go for the Baron. Refresh can just watch. He cannot do anything. He can help them if he wants to, but he will not stop them. In this fight, we will look at the replay, but the fact that Sando doesn't even die before the teleport arrives is just absolutely insane. Baron power play goes to Bloodline. Let's take a look at this again. I mean, it's a perfect flag coming in from Refresh. He walks through the entire bot side jungle to get the pick on Lana. But look at Sando, alone against 3 people. They cannot kill him, and the crocodile arrives doing so much damage. And now them together can just hold them out. Masa once again gets picked off guard. And last, well, he will blast Cone out and then just prolong the inevitable for his top laner Refresh, who's just watching them take Baron.
Baron secured. Bloodline in a very winning position. 8k gold ahead of Paragon. The Swedish side, they woke up in game 3 and they haven't gone to sleep since. And we are going to be moving in. Bloodline have been pretty clinical in their finishes off. Paragon, though, we've seen them stall out games before. Can they make it happen again? Sleeper, the Dragon's coming up in 58 seconds. It feels like Bloodline just have so much control. Do they even need to go for it at the moment, or do they just keep pushing waves?
I mean, Paragon, I think Bloodline could just push waves if they want to, because they still have Baron power play active. At least get an inhibitor or something to get more control on the map. Like, they are ahead a lot, almost 10k, but you can never relax. Paragon is still a good team. They made it to semifinals in the NLC RPS. It's a top team in Northern Europe. So they still have to play it very, very seriously. They're not going to get an inhib, but they're going to go for some turrets here, and then they will just rotate for the Dragon. Play it as good as possible.
And right now, Bloodline, as you said, everywhere, all the time on this map. Chaos putting so much pressure down as is Renekton. Untouchable, level 17 already. The rest of his team are just going to utilize that pressure, get themselves onto Dragon. They will take this one. It will be secured. Another minute still left on the Baron buff, so I do wonder if they push after. But right now, Paragon, they're just praying, hoping that an opportunity presents itself.
Gets that Drake relatively uncontested. Every single lane has a member of Bloodline except for top lane, where they invested 2 members from Paragon. So I think they will struggle a little bit now when they start pushing here.
Right now, the arrow can go slightly wide. Bloodline on the tower, make it crumble, inhib the next in sight, opening this one up at 27 minutes, the fastest game we've had so far. And they are not done just yet. That Baron buff still being utilized. 20 seconds on the clock for that one. Mid tower should go down, and maybe inhib with it. Paragon starting to get to the notion that they have to make a last stand. But it feels like it may be too late.
I mean, I like the jokes you guys made about sleeping and sleeper and whatever, but they have woken up now. They are no longer afraid to take these fights.
They have woken up indeed. It's a tough one though. You know, it's hard to make it. Wait, hold on. We're in live game. I thought we were in a replay right now for a second, as we are going to get Bloodline moving forward. They decided actually we're not going to take a step back like you said before. They don't know the word stepping off. They're going to move forward again in Step X in a dire situations here. Citron just about not able to get close enough. And they will be able just to hold out once again. But I feel like it's holding out only because Bloodline said so.
Everything is on their condition right now. They're trying to play it as safe as possible. They took bot inhib and mid inhib. Now they could just push top with every single member. If they want to be spicy, they could put Chaos in one of the separate lanes just to split them up a bit. But I think it's inevitable they will go for the top push now. There's not a single objective spawning. Baron is in 2 minutes. And we have 3 minutes until the Drake, and that's sole point for Bloodline. Everything right now is the right decision for them, as long as they don't end.
I love that. Yeah, as long as they don't just yeet themselves into the fountain, they're making the right decision.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know what? Hey, sometimes that is just the way that has to be said. As we are going to see Bloodline setting themselves up. Baron going to be coming up in a minute 30. They are playing it quite clinically at the moment, which I respect a lot. I really like seeing this from Bloodline. That they are not just a team that wins through fighting, but they can win through macro. And they will just out-rotate Paragon once again. And the vision, I do think, has been a big part of the game. As they step forward. Paragon, though, this might feel like the last siege. As they are going to make a big defense. Refresh with the big knock up here. Lofty in trouble. Will be able to get away, though. Nice flash of Stepex trying to join the fight, but not enough range. And now in comes Sandir. The damage is unreal. The Dragon is unleashed. The knockback is there, and Refresh is going to go down. 2 dead. The Nexus is inside. They step once again. Chaos with the surge. 3 fall. The Nexus Towers survive, but not for much longer. Chaos walking them back to the fountain, sending them away, sending them to their demise. It is time for Bloodline to claim victory and become the next team in NLC Div 2.
I mean, NLC Division 2 has been missing a Swedish team for so long, and finally we get to send the Swedish reigning champions, Bloodline, to deliver in the NLC divisional system. They turned this around to 3-2, and I wasn't even worried once. Not even once, honestly. Sweden is so superior. It's the best region in the world. We produce the best talents. I mean, these guys are just chopping it up. I asked them, why are you why are you losing 2-0? What are you doing? Are we just having fun? Get it together. And they do. They win 3 straight games, and now they're in NLC Division 2.
Yeah, maybe overgassed from you, I'll be honest. Maybe we need to rewind the clock a little bit to go back to game 1 and 2 head in hands. However, I will say congratulations to Bloodline, right? Really, really well played. I think that the biggest issue the Paragon have had all season is consistency. When they look good, they look great. But when they do start to crumble, it can always be a little bit tough. They're still a really good team. I'm really proud of the UK representatives for what they did here. I think both UK teams played really, really well, but it's just unfortunate of how it ended up in the draw. Big shout out to Bloodline, though. Favourites for a reason. They really prove it. Pushed to 5 games, though, which is why I should say, Paragon, hold your heads high. You still did a really good job. By the end of the day, Sweden are going to be victorious.
Yeah, man, I just got to squeeze it in as well. Paragon, amazing players. I'm really impressed, for real. I think Timo Topper is just one of the best players I've seen mid lane in a really long time. Very inspiring, and it wouldn't surprise me if we get to see him in the next RPS as well, or potentially moving up into the divisions by himself without the team. And I mean, SnapX, when he played the other champions in game 1, 2, and 3, I think he just dominated the scene as well. So just throughout the entire thing, Paragon looked really, really well. Really, really good. And Bloodline, in the end, I guess they just closed it out better because they felt more ready to do so.
Yeah, and now I guess the UK fans support Sweden because we want to lose to the team that won, right? We want to know that secretly we were the second best team in the split. So yeah, go Sweden to win against Norway, who will be decided tomorrow. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But before we go, we are going to have an interview. We're going to go to a short break now. When we come back, we'll be getting a chat with one of Bloodline's members, and obviously there will be a lot of Swedish pride on display. Commiserations, Paragon. Congratulations, Bloodline. We'll be back in a minute. We are here, and I feel like it couldn't be anyone else that joins us. We are here by the top laner from Bloodline. It is Chaos. Welcome in to the stream. I'm going to ask you the easy question to start it off, right? How are you feeling? What's this expected? What's your feelings towards the final?
I'm feeling good, and I'm feeling like a bit mean, you know,
translation? Is what's happening there?
You know, it's like...
Så när du kom in i matchen, hur kändes det?
Va? Hallå?
No, I'm just kidding, man. Do it in English.
I mean, I feel a bit rude, you know? Like, we had to pull the 2-0 on them and, like, reverse sweep. We're, like, evil people, by the way. Like, actually. I'm sorry, England and UKEL and stuff.
Yeah, okay, Chaos. Obviously, you guys had fun the first 2 games. We have to talk about one of the specific games where you played Sion and you chose to go Aftershock Hex Flash. Is this your idea of fun, or is this meta?
Okay. So I was like in Sham Select, I was like, guys, I gotta cook. I'm gonna cook. Like, go top lane, play normally, I go bot lane. I Hex Flash over the wall, I take the wave, then I die, and I walk bot and do the same thing. And then, like, so I fix my rules and everything. And then, like, when we're in loading screen, my team's like, yeah, no, let's not do that, maybe. And I'm like, oh, well, have fun. I'm useful.
Okay. I will say that actually clears up a lot. That actually clears up a lot of game 2. It was quite... There was a lot of plays that also were a bit strange. Like, you were just kind of walking around the rest of the Rift at some points. But we'll leave that be, right? Game 2, it happens. Everyone has their bad games. What I want to ask you is, Olaf was open so many times. Why did you never pick it?
Well, this might come to like a sad realization to people, but Olaf is a weak champ right now. This champ just can't do anything. I walk in a team fight, I die in 2 seconds. This champ, it no longer exists, sadly.
But Chaos, you think Sion with Hex Flash and Aftershock is a champion, but you don't think Olaf is a champion?
Yes, I will cook again. See me playoffs. See me finals. See me finals. It will
What's
work.
the logic, bro?
It will work.
What's the logic, bro?
Dude, it looks cool, no? Like, I walk around, I take some minions, I die, I walk around some more.
Okay.
Like,
But
it will work.
Obviously, this is kind of bittersweet for me. Of course, this means Bloodline will be leaving the Swedish Online League next season, and you guys will move into the NLC Division 2. How do you feel about that?
But I mean, like, we're obviously gonna win this Sul. So I kind of feel like we as an org need to create space so that other teams can thrive, you know? It's not really that nice that we just come in and dominate every single year, you know? Like, we have to be kind people sometimes. So, you know...
You won 1 time, bro. It's not like you won 8 seasons.
We won like 19 times, I think, at least.
Wins 1 season, thinks are the greatest. I got to ask, okay, final question to come to you. Who do you think you're going to be playing against the finals, or who would you rather actually play against? Do you want to rematch against Bitfix, or are you kind of looking forward to Lazy in Life?
I'd rather refight the Bitfix. Like, you know, they're not that good. I'm sorry, I said it.
Damn.
I said it, you know. And Norwegians, like, have you been over there? That place smells, bro. Like, oof.
True.
I would not want to be a Norwegian.
Yeah.
Okay, with that being said, that is our final question. Anyone that you want to give a shout out to, Chaos, this is your moment before we let you go.
I would like to shout out my mid laner for being a good boy and coming on every wave.
Okay, nice. All right, with that being said, that is going to be the end of the interview. We're going to bring it back to just me and Sleeper. Thank you very much, Chaos, for being in the interview. And yeah, very much the expectation that was set for me by Sleeper on how the interview would go. There you go. There you have it. A little bit of info on the Sion. Yeah, we're moving past this, Sleeper. We're moving past it. Maybe there's a fine.
What did he say?
Either way, Sweden have made their way through. Bloodline have made their way into NLC Div 2. The next matchup, though, is going to be played tomorrow. So do not worry, there is still more NLC RPS. There are still more teams that need to play. Bitfix versus Lazy in Life will be tomorrow. Any final thoughts for you, Sleeper, either on today or on tomorrow?
I mean, I just enjoyed the stream so much today. Shutting down all the haters. UK, I love you guys, but you got a little bit too excited, a little bit too fast. But I really love you guys. Thank you so much for showing up today. Thank you so much, Jay, for being here with me. It's been an honor casting with you. I mean, I could not have a better play-by-play caster with me doing color for the first time in English. So I'm honored to be here with you, and I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, shout. It was a lot of fun, Sleeper. I love the bands. I love the vibes. It was all good energy. For that, we are going to say good night to the RPS. We will be back tomorrow. Bitfix versus Lazy in Life. A Norwegian team will be going through to the finals. We'll be going through to NLC to take on Bloodline, but find out who tomorrow night.